different because we both have a male path to violence. We would be fine with it. I could insult you, be rude to me, and there wouldn't be any emotional entanglement left.
And especially if it's over ideas.
Yeah, it'd be natural.
You're mistaking passion for religion for emotional whatever, because that's what you relate to, because you're an emotional train wreck, but no. Misunderstood me yet again.
Yeah, but it's like that's instigated by a woman. So if it was just me and Ralph, let's say we're both emotional train wrecks, but that is brought out by there being a woman. If there's no woman present, our emotional baggage would, there would be no reason for me and Ralph to escalate conflict. The fact that there's a woman involved makes it the ego driven nature. I mean, it's really the I.
That's why you're supposed to stand by principle. It just so happens I'm always right, but that's bad karma on my opponent.
That's why you're supposed to not let women into the academy. I'm sorry. That's why you're just supposed to reject women from the academy.
That's why, Western civilization, for Claire in the chat, started crumbling.
And now you're going to have to face the fact that a woman saved the day.
Women have never saved the day.
Well, I mean, there could be, if there's wisdom, I'm saying there's reason to learn from a woman. The woman has knowledge. If there's a value proposition there, but like the danger of allowing the woman into the institute, even though they're the benefit of it, and saying, okay, we're not an institute that we created. Me and Ralph are both in the West and a largely egalitarian society, so that we don't have any control of saying, like, I'm going to create an all-male institute in a society where it's forbidden to create an all-male institute. We're already, born into this situation of degeneracy.
Yeah. Indeed. And it doesn't mean we can't use the positive. It's because the best thing for women is the patriarchy. And it doesn't mean we can't use our patriarchy to tend to the women, but nevertheless, it's a tending process. As opposed to a natural.
Really, 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 really bad news for you guys.
What's that?
Okay, is it possible if I'm just, excuse me, gonna just real quick? Yeah, I just have to share my screen real quick. So, yes.
Is this your YouTube viewership? You have absolutely no women who watch you?
What is this viewership for?
You got BTFO by them YouTube statisticals.
What is this? It's just
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, it's her viewership on YouTube, and just showing that she has all male viewership.
Oh, that's just young homosexualized males on the internet who want to have sex with you.
I mean, God forbid. I'm saying I respect. You're saying I'm largely asexual, so saying if maybe I exhibit more impulse control than Ralph, that I could deal with a woman in a largely asexual manner for various reasons. If Ralph doesn't exhibit that sort of impulse control, that's on him. And I can't recognize, Jennifer is the one who taught me about the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. Meaning to say that yes, like you said, like generally, like I'm a good chess player, and there's very few women that could beat me, but there are women that are better than me at chess. Like Jennifer has a degree in physics, I don't, and so I could see that there's a value proposition working together with her, and
you guys are good together.
And but like I do accept my experiential and what's been revealed from the sages and studies about the nature of the downfalls of working with women, and that it's not necessarily a downfall. It's like there's no, like, Jennifer is a little bit more argumentative than me and settles arguments in a different way.
I don't even know if I would go that far. Like, you are argumentative in your own way. I just think, like, where we...
Yeah, I mean, just look forward in the dangers of e-personality. If he's an introvert, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like, the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. That's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And like, yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that, have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, George Venturebeast, and we're happy to be here today with everybody joining. Apologize, we're a little late there. I think Doooovid was getting a snack, and now he is all ready to go for what is sure to be an interesting, riveting, intriguing, and wondrous stream. Over to you, Doooovid, for the introductions. Thanks so much for being with us here tonight.
Yeah, Shalom, Jennifer. Well, good to be back. It was kind of an anticlimactic week with the Science and Conference Consciousness. We'll probably talk about that more. But we did the stream on my channel on Tuesday after the first day, and unfortunately, they closed the chat after the first day, and they might have had reasons. It was kind of a bland chat. The first day. There's presentations, and it wasn't really that interactive. It was on Zoom, and most of the comments, a lot of people at the beginning were like, hello from all over the world, and then happy birthday to Roger Penrose on his 90th birthday. And then once the session started, it kind of died out. There are a few people who made random comments, shared a few links, asked a few questions, but I would say 90% of the chat was like about technical difficulties, which really that's what chats are for. Like, if they don't have it set up in a way, we could talk about how it would have been a best way for them to have set it up or why it might have been that way. And then, whatever reason, the second day, Wednesday through Friday, they just closed the chat. So it was really just like no advantage to being there on the call. Like the week or two or even month that it takes them to post it. So to have been there and saw it live, I watched all the sessions. They were relatively good, nothing groundbreaking. It was a lot of physics this time, and we discuss, maybe why that was. But it wasn't so much on consciousness. It was more on physics. And my initial was kind of they're trying to ride Penrose's Nobel Prize into more legitimacy, as Hamerov in the conference has questionable legitimacy in the scientific world. But we'll talk about that and say, like, I appreciate them making the conference and their research. They don't owe me anything. They did their research, they published it, they put out some material. They're welcome to do it however they want. They don't necessarily owe me anything. So just allowing me to be on the Zoom call, I appreciate them for that. Even though, relatively of critiques of maybe how they did it, and to question, people's altruism, that generally people like to put themselves off like they're altruistic, when in reality, it's very difficult and near impossible to be altruistic. And most people are not actually altruistic. Really, they're, doing things for their own self-gain, especially in science and research and money in the various things. So that was kind of a downer. I had hoped that we were going to stream every day, and I'd hoped that we were going to find people to talk to, people that were interested in these topics, and expand our circles. But it didn't really happen. The first day, maybe we got a handful of people from the conference. Jennifer posted the link. We didn't have huge viewership, like 10 plus viewers, 15 at a time. And then Amy Newman came on, then Ralph from Right Reaction came on, and it went on for hours. So, maybe you expanded the viewership a tiny bit. It did get over 100 view hours. So 5 hours, over 100 view hours, so at least 20 people watched the full 20 hours. I think the first 2 hours was relatively pretty informative. I went over some papers and some slides on OCOR, orchestrated objective reduction, and Jennifer went over some slides. And then the next 3 hours was more conversational. So, some people tuned in and got that, and, it was disappointing, but at least it was something that caused me to dedicate tens or even hundreds of hours to the study of it. So, like, I studied and I studied and I studied for weeks leading up into the conference, and I paced up my study and putting more of my study into the science of consciousness, for the conference, so that, I would be able to have intelligent conversations with people and hopefully expand our circles into more people that have expertise or interest in that field, which you may have had a tiny bit of result. So, like I was telling Luke, not to attach the result. So I put the work, I did the study. The result that I thought may have came from the effort didn't really come in that way. But, accept my karma, and the study hopefully is worthwhile in and of itself. So I canceled Charles Moskowitz this week because, I was on the Zoom call. Luke sent me a message today. It was supposed to be another talk about the Yigdal prayer, more about Maimonides with Judas Maccabeus, and he came on for a second and then he had to go. He claimed it was something to do with the IDF for security drills. Possibly the Army is doing some sort of security drills or training exercise in his area. Not exactly sure. But whatever the case, me and Luke talked for almost 2 hours more about, and some of it was rather interesting about, Hinduism and similarities between Hinduism. I told him about, Hinduism as a group strategy and kind of the sociological, what is it like to kind of be like the only non-Indian, going to a Hindu temple, and even to, the difference that Jews could largely white pass as opposed to Indians have a much more difficult time white passing. So I think,
well, most Indians.
Yeah, well, actually, at the temple almost. So it's actually still up on Luke's channel, but I streamed last week Sunday of the ISKCON event, and saying no, there's no white passable Indians there. So there might be white passable Indians in general, but generally there's really the temples I go to, saying that Doooovid is a dark featured Jew, even though I'm largely Ashkenazic, some Indian blood, but maybe I could white pass. As a kid, I was usually called out, people thought I had to have been something else than just so to say normal white, probably due to dark features. But my skin relatively is pretty white, even though I have dark features. So and I would say at the temple, there was 2 white people that came from out of town affiliated with ISKCON. But besides that, I would say I was one of the lighter people there. And even among a lot of Orthodox Jews, I'm one of the darker people there. So there's some interesting dynamics, interesting way of looking at it. And I taught you the thing that I learned from Hindus, the value of white skin in America, because most of my Hindu friends are actually quite accomplished. But in terms of social recognition, I'm not sure they face discrimination. I was telling Luke, we talked about money and business too. I was saying you do business with the people that you have good results with, not the people you like. And in America, generally, people are just going to do business if you have money, if you produce good results. So Hindus, Indians in America, I don't think having dark skin affects their abilities to succeed economically or even academically. It's more socially, maybe reproductively or socially not being included, not being invited to parties, people not wanting to be friends with them, and also like a downward mobility that you could have like a master's degree from a good university, and your white friend is struggling economically, and didn't even go to college, but it's even because they're white. So that it was some interesting. Then we talked a lot kind of about straight Judaism and Maimonides. So that's largely my week. My eBay business is really popping off. I cleared up some space in my house, so I went through. I had thousands of books that I need to alphabetize and list. So I alphabetized a good section of them, and I've been putting them up. So I have been spending a little bit more time on eBay. Not much time, even a few hours, a few days a week, to list some things. And when it sells, usually I don't spend more than half an hour, sometimes an hour a day. If I sell a whole bunch of things, even if I sold a few $100s worth of stuff, it'd only take me like an hour to wrap them up. It takes more time to alphabetize and list them. So that's my week in review. Also, today is the first day of the Jewish month of Elul, the last month of the Hebrew year. Rosh Hashanah will be exactly a month from now, so it's special prayers and time of repentance and to come closer to God. So maybe I'm trying to come up with a chant that I didn't do already. So last week I did that wedding chant. I could probably do another wedding chant just because I hadn't really done wedding chants before, or I have to think of, I have to remember the chants that I've done in previous years, and then try to think of a different one I haven't done yet. So maybe I'll let Jennifer say over her week in review, and we have a lot to talk about related to the science of consciousness while I try to think of a chant.
Is your mic plugged in? Because you don't sound great. And I think I can hear a bit of background noise.
I have a little bit of background noise. I have I think my mic should be fine. My Yeti appears to be.
Okay. I guess I'm just being spoiled by relatively other better types of mics. I feel like getting a better mics. I've heard some really good mics. I'm like jealous or something. Week in review. I
might invest. We talked more about that. I mentioned a few weeks ago the Mac.
Yeah.
They're coming out with a new Mac, and I've been encouraging Jennifer to get monetized. But part of the reason would be to invest in better equipment. And I have the Yeti that Luke sponsored me, about $150 Yeti. It's already a few years old now, 3 years old almost. The next grade better mic like the one JF or Adam Green. I think Adam Green might use a Yeti also, but you're talking about $400 or so. So it'd be an investment, and I think I might get a better computer first. If my internet goes out, I've been having minor internet disruptions. Like occasionally it goes out for like 30 seconds every like 10 minutes, half hour. So if that goes out, Jennifer, you just fill in.
I actually have a clip I can play. It's the one I just uploaded that you mentioned, the sub 5 minute rage quit. I didn't realize it. And I was
you do your weekend. I'm just mentioning that
I'm
having minor outages, and they're not like 5 minute outages. They usually have my internet back on in 30 seconds or less.
Thanks for letting us all know. Yeah, I can just play that one clip. I was like, yeah, it's pretty much the only part of that exchange. If you've heard me yak before,
rather than do a week in review, you just want to play the clip.
One worth hearing. That clip isn't really very indicative of my week, and the plan was to play it if you lost your internet, but you said it was like a couple seconds type thing. So maybe I'll just wait till you want to take a fabulousness break and play it then. because it's like just under 5 minutes. Like I said, it's the sub 5 minute rage quit. And I didn't realize that was what it was until I went back to relook at it to send someone the clip to be like, well, this is like the only part of the whole thing worth watching that was actually remotely funny. Wires are your friend. All right, great. No clue what you're talking about, but wonderful, cryptic stuff in the chat. Okay, so for me, we can review, the consciousness conference. I don't think I was as disappointed as Doovid because I just didn't really expect much. I was like, whatever happens is cool. My only disappointment was that, like, I didn't contribute more to keeping that stream on topic on Doovid's there. And I don't know why they turned the chat off. I hope it wasn't because of us. But I think it may have something to do with the person who posted the N-word 45 to 50 times in a row for no real reason in that private chat. But still kind of large degree of uncertainty in that one. Been hanging around the debating streams, honestly, just basically trawling for arguments. And I've sort of like gradually gotten closer to these, what you call transcendental arguments that obviously I never want to make, because that's the whole point of doing physics, is that there's a tacit transcendentalism, right? With the exception of, kids, yahoos who don't know anything, like Leo Filius, who's going to say, well, causality isn't actually axiomatic to science, which it obviously is. There's no real convo to be had if somebody denies that. But yeah, a lot of combos I transcended already and didn't want to have again. It's not just these Socratic nightmares of hobo tier gaslighting, but just generally having to, not everything is worth deconstructing, right? You're just, no way I can convince you of that, but you have enough of these combos and it's like, where's this really going? And why are we really talking about this? And there's certain words, like ontology. If I hear someone use that word, 99% chance they are going to say nothing of substance. So I have a list of words that if you use those words, I know you probably have nothing good to say or are going to waste my time with some garbage. And ontology is one of those things. Now, I'm not saying that means that nobody can ever use that word and it will never, ever mean anything good. But in less than 5% of the times if I heard it, has it ever meant anything good? I would even go as far as to say 1. And I am going to be pushing back on the Socratic gaslighting malarkey as well, because it is not a traditionally accepted means of achieving wisdom. And people are treating it like it is. So that's the sort of the 1-2 punch of what makes something worthy of opposing. Dumbness on its own, not worthy of opposing. Arrogance on its own, not worthy of opposing. But the combo is like, whoa, this is just dangerous. And when people are convinced that they're right, those are the most dangerous people of all. And the attachment to the feeling of intellectual superiority is so strong. Karma. It's like, I really doubt that that's a fact. It's probably more just like they don't really know what it means. It just means cause and effect. So it's been a lot of these conversations of like transcendental things with people who don't have a background in physics, which, as I said, is exactly the reason I studied physics, because I saw all this coming. I knew all this would happen. So I go to physics because it's like, I don't want it to. I want to have the transcendentals axiomatized. Because as you can see, even in physics, the supposedly most objective, quote unquote, discipline, how many people disagree with me? It's not just, cranks and yahoos and dipshits who want to disagree for the sake of disagreeing. It's like actual people who've, quote unquote, studied science disagreeing with me. It's like, do I really want to have pile-ons of more people who disagree with me who are less eloquent in expressing it? It's like, I don't need to convince you that transcendentals are a thing, Socrates, okay? Like, Council of Athens did nothing wrong. Know what I'm saying? And that's basically what my week has been all about. And I've been trying to write some stuff down, which is going pretty good. for me, which is still pretty bad relative to anybody else. But I'm told that this is normal for writing, so I think that's about it. And I don't know that I went on any shows other than yours, which, as I said, I wish that had gone better. But as regards to the consciousness conference thing being disappointing, sometimes stuff comes in cycles. Not sometimes, always stuff comes in cycles, and this is just the end of a cycle. It is a bit odd, isn't it? It's sort of, it gives the vibe of being a fringe thing, because it's like nobody bats an eyelash that it's a consciousness conference that they spend half the time talking about black holes. Like, I agree. If I had a consciousness conference, I would be talking about black holes, because the uncertainty principle really only operates at the macro and micro limits. So cosmology and like atomology or nuclear physics or whatever you want to call it, they're complementary in a lot of ways. You do have to invoke the same arguments, but that wasn't what was happening in this. This was just, well, Doooovid could probably explain it better, because I guess it was Penrose's, finally waiting, 90-year-old guy finally gets the Nobel Prize. Yeah, I guess I just, it seemed like such a small thing to focus so much energy on framing the question that way. Because for me to frame the question that way, I would be exhausted, completely exhausted to do it. It's like I have to, saw my lower leg off before participating in a race. Anyway, thanks for listening. Hopefully I'm getting a little bit better at monologues, eh? How was that one? Moderately better than usual?
Yeah, I guess so. You probably have to, watch back your videos to get better at it. You have to, do your own videos and then watch them back better.
That just makes me feel really cringy. Plus, I always have other stuff to do. I have other stuff to do.
Saying that you should listen to yourself and, oh my God, I can't believe I sound like that.
Well, sometimes I listen to myself and I'm like, yes, beat down, woo! And then if it's other parts, like, I'll just skip over it.
We're saying not you and other people, and saying how you did in performance to other people, but just you yourself monologuing. Those are the ones that are more important to listen back to.
Yeah.
And that's kind of basic public speaking.
I guess the way I see it is somebody else can be good at it on my behalf. Why would I try to be good at this thing that I'm just not that good at?
If you have wisdom that is relevant to large amounts of people, or even to decent amounts of people, monologuing is the single best way of giving out information. That's how classes are usually taught. There's teachers and they monologue. And so if you have, like, the conference was basically all monologues, every single one of the
participants. Dude, I know. I've been giving conference presentations for years. I was looking through my old pictures the other day. I got pictures of myself at a conference back in 2014. I know how conferences work.
Yeah, so all usually monologues. So let me do the chant before we could ramble on this. For
go ahead. Yes, that was great.
And I'll put on, conferences aren't really about objective knowledge. Usually they have a monetary basis to it. They have a credibility, a respect, a recognition factor. So why these people did their conference like that isn't that complicated. Just the basic cognitive dissonance, regular workings of the university. Obviously Hamerov is head of consciousness conferences. I put Brian Keating, who is head of a center at I think University of California, Santa Barbara, which is actually funded by the Simon Foundation, the MIT mathematician who ran hedge funds, who created algorithms to beat the market and then successfully did it. So he's the biggest funder of Keating. The Nobel Prize comes with $1 million, and most people in science do not do it altruistically. They get paid, and they have to get money. They have to convince people that what they're doing is enough value to pay for it. So it's set up in a way where they don't really like to admit that that's the case, although that's obviously the case. And so you have like the possible hypocrisy factor, saying, okay, none of these people owe me anything, so I'm glad they made the conference. And the hypocrisy factor is a little bit annoying, but that's just human nature to portray yourself.
Not if you expect people to be hypocrites. Then you have no cognitive dissonance. And then you get the cognitive dissonance when someone isn't a hypocrite, and poof, new friend. I call that reverse engineering assholes society game. You might
yes, I guess
it too.
I guess it wasn't really that dissonance producing, because I'm not, my expectations were, I at least thought they were going to keep an open chat. Like, honestly, like the fact that even closed the chat was I guess it's not surprising. And think even like university, they don't really want you talking to each other. And it's like, okay, if you're like a cultish type person, you want to create community, and the way to create community is to cause people to form bonds with each other. And a lot of these conferences, sometimes among doctors and stuff like that, they have trust building, community creating, but a lot of times they don't really like you talking to each other because they're scared about their power position and their money making ability. Like if you talk to the donor, maybe the donor is going to decide that you're a better use of their money, and in the benefits of reaching management or being in charge, that people want the spoil system, the bounties of whatever benefit there is at being in front of the crowd for themselves, and so they, a lot of times, they try to prevent people from talking to each other, making friends with each other. Straight up universities like that. Like a lot of times, the professors, the administration will prevent you from just making friends with other people in the class.
What are you talking about?
Competitive university environment where they discourage, the administration and people in charge actively discourage people from trying to talk to each other and be friendly.
You want to maybe start the chant before we go down this direction, just to get things on the right wavelength?
Yeah, so that's why I do the chant, because like the chant is kind of a communal, collective consciousness venture, and so for whatever, I'm hitting a blank. So last week I did this wedding chant, probably the single most popular wedding song, and I explained exactly the wedding ritual of after the ceremony, when the bride and groom are rushed to the seclusion room, where they don't formally consummate the wedding there, but at least in theory that it's the bride and groom are put in a seclusion room, like that they would do the final consummation of the wedding. And this mantra from Jeremiah, let it be heard from the city, the walls of Jerusalem, in the city of Judah, the happiness and gladness, the voice of happiness and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bride and the voice of the bridegroom. And this is so last week I did this Karl Bach song that was more uplifting, and I'll chant the very popular ones. So if you're at a Jewish wedding, it's kind of a more less upbeat one. That's the usual one that you would hear. So last week I chanted this tune. It's a Shlomo Karl Bach tune. Oidi Yishma Yishama B'Or Yehuda Uvachutzais Yerushalayim Kol Sasain V'Kol Simcha Kol Chasan V'Kol Kala Ay 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 mam ay 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 ay. So I would say at like 90% of Jewish weddings, I've probably been to like 100 Jewish weddings. This is the tune that you would hear at a Jewish wedding after the end of the ceremony, and usually there's food. So usually there's the ceremony, and then The bride and groom go to the seclusion room, and then all of the participants, go to the tables, and there's a big meal. But this is the tune that maybe 95% of the Jewish weddings I've been at, is sung. Oidi Shammai B'Or Yehuda U'V'chutzos Yerushalayim Kol Sasan V'Kol Simcha Kol Chasan V'Kol Kala Oidi Shammai B'Or Yehuda U'V'chutzos Yerushalayim Kol Sasan V'Kol Simcha Kol Chasan V'Kol Kala. So it's a nice, pleasant chant. I'm not exactly sure the origins of it. It's probably a Germanic, Eastern European tune, about 100 years old, but I'm not exactly sure the tunes of it. I put it kind of like I heard it through the grapevine, from the words, I heard the sounds of happiness from the walls of Jerusalem. So hopefully good streaming, good events, like you hear it through the grapevine, and the news spreads kind of like the conventional wisdom. If anybody has a reason why the wedding shouldn't proceed, raise your voice now. So it's kind of maybe a similar sentiment from the verse in Jeremiah, let the sound of joy spread through the walls of Jerusalem. That it's like a eventful, karmatic changing event, and like everyone hears it through the grapevine, the walls of Jerusalem. You could hear the sounds of the happiness of the bride and bridegroom. So with that, in Jewish custom, weddings it's a mitzvah to try to make happy, because I'm mentioning last few weeks about how I consider laughter really a sign of bad character, just levity on seriousness in general. But trying to make a bride and groom happy is considered a mitzvah. So if you're a good Jew, it's one of the requirements that you have to do to try to make the bride and groom happy, because it's a divine commandment. Because Judaism, the first mitzvah commandment in the Bible is to be fruitful and multiply. So with that, hopefully we'll have a good week in review. I mentioned to Jennifer a few times about the Socratic method. Socrates in general, like the historical character, was he on the street corner just talking to random people in Athens, or the exact history of how Socrates used the method himself, whether it would just been some random person coming up to him on a corner, or he was accosting people on the corner in front of City Hall in Athens, and whether he actually used the method. But I mentioned the key thing of the Socratic method is the power differential. So in law school, the most famous place where you see the Socratic method used, or possibly Hindus, rabbis, in religious institutes, the Socratic method is used to teach correct thinking, and there has to be a power differential.
Like classical theists, like the people that believe in like an actual deity, or like a mind that created the universe. What's your opinion on people like that?
Primordial form of idolatry is personalism. Maladaptive anthropomorphism just arises due to the flawed nature of subjectivity, imperfect, temporary nature of our existence. So I would say inevitable, sad, would like to assist and support people to move towards a state of personalism, without vibe of like forcing them.
All right. Strong atheist, go ahead. Any questions?
Yeah, I just was listening to you say that everyone decides things based on emotions, and I can't see as atheists do that. Can you explain that, please?
Everybody does things based on emotional reasons. Usually it's a desire to be perceived as intelligent. Also could be desire to conform. Those are emotional drives. So is the desire for knowledge. The desire to be perceived as intelligent and the desire for knowledge come from essentially different places. They'll have different profiles, even though adherents claim motivated by the same thing.
Okay, my opinion really is that theists base most of their stuff on emotions. Atheists base most of our stuff on logic and reason. Feelings and emotions are substantially different. I also believe that women tend to base things more on feelings and emotions, and men tend to base things more on logic and reason. There are exceptions.
Stuff on emotions, and then some people, what you call justifying or reasoning or rationalizing things to themselves. That's an ego-building exercise. Nothing to do with actually being truly understanding logic, objective or quasi-objective sense, and has to do with more of a problem-solving approach.
I believe it is what's.
Don't try to tell me men aren't driven by emotions. I mean, come on.
I don't believe that. I think you might not understand men enough or atheists enough. I think we're driven on logic and reason. Everyone has a combination of things, but it's what is dominant.
Talk to me right now.
Say again?
If that were true, you wouldn't give a shit to come in here and tell me I'm wrong. I mean, the fact that you've got to come in here and tell me I'm wrong is an emotional reaction.
No, I'm just trying to help you be aware of what atheists. You can say that all you want, but doesn't make it true. It's atheists. I'm trying to make you more aware of what atheists and men think. I think you're looking at it from a female theist position.
You're trying to teach me something.
I personally disagree with strong atheist, and I am a strong atheist.
I disagree as well.
So many times. Oh my god, it's hilarious.
Well, it has to do with your estrogen. Your estrogen makes you all having to do with emotions and feelings, and our testosterone makes us not go in that direction so much. And that's why I have a mostly male atheist theory that most atheists are mostly male because we make our decisions based most on logic and reason, whereas theists are generally more female who base their stuff more on emotion and that's really clear.
You're making a really strong argument to become a theist.
Your voice is literally wavering right now. My voice is not wavering.
You just said all the women are theists.
For anything whatsoever, how wavering someone's voice is.
It's certainly anecdotal.
You can try to make it like that.
Position that you're a nervous wreck, aka being emotional, and it's like
I am so scared talking to you.
Have emotions.
It's so scary talking to you.
I'm sure it is, and the fact that I'm a woman, it's like look in the mirror.
Okay. Any case, I'm at work. I'll get back on when I get home from work. I have a customer, but I'll get back on when I get back from work, and we can finish this if you're still here.
Oh no.
Old Jen. And we are back. I don't know what happened exactly. Oh yeah, right. I tried to send an email, and my computer went. That's why Doooovid has sent you the link, Wonder Crab, and hopefully we can get you on soon and chit chat. I'll see if I can I just got to reconnect the screens here. So Doooovid, if you don't mind rambling for a couple minutes while I reconnect the screens.
Okay, I was mentioning about the power asymmetry differential connected to the Socratic method, and that Socratic method usually is used in a situation where you have an authority that's representative of correct thinking, mostly like law school, where you enter law school and your goal is to become a lawyer and to become certified, to become recognized in front of the court, in front of the law, and when you enter the institute, you have to apply, you have to go through admissions processes, and then you finally get there, and you're going to be trained, and they use the Socratic method on you because the assumption, presumably the fact is that the people on the inside of the institute are already with incorrect thinking, and the newly freshman beginning class people are not in the proper thinking. And so the Socratic method is a method that takes a person, dissects, deconstructs the way that they see things to lead them to correct thought. And in general practice, you have to have an authority that has already accepted to be representative of correct thinking, and a person that is being used the Socratic method on is a person that does not have correct thinking. And if it's non-discriminatory, just saying, okay, we're all raised into ignorance, and you have to go through the system. So if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, you're presumed ignorant until you enter the school and succeed in the school, and then you become certified. So the Socratic method
Yes.
kind of necessitates this power differential. If Jennifer's saying she doesn't want the Socratic method used on her, that's reasonable, because saying, who is this person to be an authority to have this power differential over me to use the Socratic method? And generally, I'm not into correct thinking in general, but if you're teaching somebody logic, how to look at issues, specifically law or possibly medicine or any sort of academy where the Socratic method is commonly used, you're saying you have to go through the process of, like in the Hoosiers movie, first you break the person down and then you build them up. So first you have to demonstrate that the way the person looks at things is wrong, and then you could show them the correct way to look at things. So, I could say, Jennifer, like, yeah, you don't want every random person, trying to T-jump you, trying to use the Socratic method on you.
I have come to Socratize you to death. Hey, Wonder Crab, nice to see you. Thanks for joining.
Streaming, you could have, so like, you're not going to get a certificate, you're not going to be able to practice law, and you're not going to have legal authority from appearing on a screen, but you still might have the power differential. And I mentioned that I was encouraging Jennifer to get monetized, also you can invest in better equipment. But if it's like T-jump and he gets to Socratic method you, call it T-jumping you, because he's the star and you're not, because he has the channel with hundreds of viewers and you don't, because he has debated successfully hundreds of times against other people and you haven't. So, so he has something that you want and you have nothing that he wants. And
that may or may not be strictly true, but go on. He didn't know fuck all about me. He didn't research me at all. He was that
you're not even a blonde. Come on.
Oh my God, that's so true.
So, you
How
have
did I miss
absolutely
that?
nothing that he wants. So he was just doing you a favor, even talking to you, and so that power differential was there. And the fact is that you asked for it, like you like law school. You apply to law school, you get in, you asked to be there, and so you did not T-jump. You're the one who tried to get on Modern Day Debate. You're the one who reached out to T-jump. He is not the one who tried to get you on there. He is not the one who reached out to you, because he is a somebody, and like he's in a higher league than you. But I'm saying, so Jennifer did largely put up, so when she was on Modern Day Debate, she largely let T-jump use the Socratic method on her, and because it was factual, because there were hundreds of people watching, and he was buddies with James, the platform owner, and she was scared that if they didn't like her, they were just going to bounce her and never invite her back. As where T-jump did not have any of that fear. He knew that he's their guy, and he didn't have any of that. That power differential was factually there within Jennifer on T-Jump on Modern Day Debate, where Jennifer was the one starstruck. He was not starstruck.
Well, I don't know if I go that far, but I was definitely willing to not be a completely,
the power differential was obvious.
Win on principle type of cold-hearted bitch and be like, no, I insist you give a 5-minute intro to your dog shit non-ideology, and I will use the fact that you didn't give an intro as proof that you stand for fuck all and just want to throw garbage from a garbage can like some kind of Monkey Dionysus.
But
I didn't say that because obviously
you recognize power differential, and when you were
I'm not a fool. Yeah, well, I don't have any animosity towards those people. It's just like it's a hate the sin, not the sinner type of situation. Unironically, though.
I mean, you could protest outside of Harvard or something like that, but the power differential would be obvious because there would be buildings and security and hundreds of people listening to the person up front, and your protest from outside. The point, that you said security is going to come and escort this crazy woman out of there. And, so the power differential generally has to be obvious. So when you enter Harvard and, you're nervous, and any law school is going to be Harvard, and, you start, the professor starts coming at you, you feel that fear of rejection, that fear that you might get it wrong, you might not, you might fail, you might, get the professor mad at you, and it might prevent you from achieving your goal. And so T-Jump Modern Day Debates doesn't have any official certification, but there is that power differential where it's like these are bigger streamers, they have a bigger audience and a bigger network, and they might not like me, they might not invite me back. They don't really want to get, they're not trying to get into my small circles. I'm trying to get into their bigger circles. And that's why I'm saying, so Jennifer largely let T-Jump use the Socratic method on her, and she really had nothing. She couldn't have even fought back if she wanted to, because the power differential was factual. There was no way for her to gain control of the conversation and be like, I'm in charge now.
I could have gained control in 2 fucking seconds,
the power
but I would have
differential was
looked
factual.
like a bitch. And I don't want to go over this again, okay? Because I already know, and you know just as well as I do, that I could have domed him any second I wanted to. And the fact that you say that I couldn't have is a touch insulting.
Well, no, I'm saying you couldn't.
Wow, well, I'm saying please don't.
Because the power differential was factual.
It really wasn't, though, as I have tremendously more wisdom than he could ever hope to aspire to dream of. He just didn't realize it. Just a question of how much am I going to humiliate this person based on the fact that I know worlds more than they do. And the answer was not at all, because I'm a good sport. So why do we have to keep beating this dead horse?
Because I'm making the point about the Socratic method implies a power
differential. It wasn't a
differential.
factual power differential, because there is no such thing. There are perceived power differentials, and you can avow yourself to the processes associated with other people's preferences, right?
I mean, you could say, okay, like if you go to your local university and the professor is giving class in front of his hundreds of students, and it's possible that you would be able to walk in, maybe you go to your local Orthodox synagogue or place of worship, and there's the religious leader in front of the people, giving their lecture to hundreds of followers. It's possible that you're just going to go right up and tell them, like, I'm smarter and better, no more than this person.
Why do I feel like you're going to talk about Mayavadis?
Even though you've never heard of me, that I will be taking over the lecture, that I will walk to University of Michigan into the biggest lecture hall and just push the professor over and take over the lecture. And you're saying, like, no, there's a factual power differential. And you're saying, like, no, security's going to be called. And it's like, no, like, I
so
will be
YouTube channel that debates whether the earth is flat, that can be analogized with university prestige. I don't think so.
Well, I'm saying that the fact they could have just bounced you, just debate.
They could have just bounced me, but they let way bigger crackpots than I could ever hope to even touch the feet of. They have people saying, I'm not even just going to say it. Let's just say spectacular things are being said on that channel that I could never touch.
If Jennifer can't see my point, to just say.
I see your point. I just think your analogy was dog shit. That's all.
The Socratic method generally necessitates
a power differential, right?
a power
I agree.
differential.
It's got,
and,
but
you
it's
know,
got to
and
be
Jennifer-
a knowledge differential. It
Well,
doesn't
I'm
work.
sure
with the
knowledge differential is being a power differential, because even if the knowledge differential isn't factual, if the power differential is factual, you know, meaning like you know, like police are going to get called, and it's you that's going to get bounced, not me. There's 0% chance that the police are coming and they're going to bounce me. It's you who are going to get bounced. And
Well,
so
nobody
that,
got
like,
bounced in the thing yesterday.
well, because it was just a conversation. But I said,
Did you watch Modern Day Debate yesterday? Because I did.
No, I didn't even watch that. But I mean, it's
Right.
saying that I'm
You're
talking
implying
about
bouncing is an option. It's like I don't
I'm
see it
talking
going
about-
down that way.
well, I'm saying the most popular place of the Socratic method is in law school, and you know the law meaning to say that the professor of law is saying I'm on the inside of the law. I'm not you. Like you're on the outside trying to get in, and the professor in front of the classroom is on the inside, and your ticket to getting on the inside is to passing that class and getting a good grade from that professor. So you know, saying that if you're just a freshman, it doesn't matter how smart you are, you're not going to call the police, and they're not going to listen to you. If you're the district attorney, you're going to you could call the police, and they're going to listen to you. And you know, so there's certification, there's a process, there's a degree, and so you know, even modern day debate, T-jump, there is some sort of power differential. But it's not the same as in law school, where you're saying I want to be.
T-jump, the guy who plays video games all the time, and BTFOs, Christians, and debunks fallacies. It's just so much more.
Well, I'm saying there is
the only thing he has more than me of his
You understand
which
the
is
point I'm
fine.
making about law school?
It's just a question of what that means. And the thing is, on modern day debate, like it's just, you know, there's a range, and I want to be in the range where James is like, oh yeah, Jen was awesome. I want to have Jen back on the show.
You're the one who keeps on talking about the Socratic method. I mean, you don't understand the point I'm making about the main place where the Socratic method is used is in law school, and the factual power differential of being on the inside of the law versus on the outside.
I get it. I'm just saying.
You could complain and complain and complain, but there is a law, there is an enforcement arm, and there is institutes of training that you have to go through in order to, so to say, be on the inside. And the power differential is factual, and that's why they get to use the Socratic method. And that's why if you're a student trying to go to law school, you will put up with the Socratic method. And the parallel to Jennifer putting up to the Socratic method with T-jump on modern day debates is you know, really even smaller compared to law school.
Welcome to the show, Wonder Crab. What did you want to talk about? How has your week been? What's been on your mind? What's new? I think I muted you there because there was a bit of noise, but yeah, thanks for rejoining.
I apologize. How's that? Does my audio come clear?
Yep, you have a bit of reverberance, but it's like subtle, so it's almost like good.
It may
it's
be
like, you know
walls.
how it's like when it can be too good. I don't know. I don't want to get into the whole meta about audio, but it's definitely.
After your last time, I watched a few of your videos, and I wanted to ask you about those cows in the background, because like I'm Hindu, and like I do worship the cow to some extent. I wanted to ask you about those cows.
Well, they aren't my cows. They're just cows that I am friendly with, and
where do you live? Where do you live? There's local friendly cows. Like I'm saying, there's no local friendly cows in Metro Detroit. You can't even get a permit for a cow. I'd have to drive like 30 miles to see a cow because it's illegal to have cows in this area.
Yeah, I'm in California. I'm in a very beautiful spot right now.
And there's like cows. You could just like take a walk and see neighborhood cows.
Well, there's more than that.
Was it farm area? I mean, you don't have to dox yourself for giving information.
No, yeah, there's plenty
I was
of.
just fascinated that you're taking a walk, and they look like it looked like they were tagged cows, so it's probably industrial farming. But I was impressed that there were cows in the background. Like I wish I could take a walk and have cows in the background.
Yeah, there's plenty of rural space around me. It's mostly vineyards and some agriculture. A good spots.
Okay,
northern.
Respect to the optics of having cows in the background. So do you want to say what you're up to over the last?
Yeah, I'll spare you the details of my last week and month, but I am interested. I was gonna ask Jen about this before from you, that you see humor. I forget exactly how you put it, but almost as a sign of bad character, and that's almost a more interesting claim to me.
Talked about that in the past, or say just as minimally a sign of lack of seriousness, and to a higher level, usually a sign of ill intent. Even your bad character, that you can't trust a person who laughs, even just to infringe negative motive, to the simple level of it just showing lack of seriousness. And there's been an ancient debate. It's actually still debated among science today, and the purpose and role of humor is largely dependent on the heart Brahma consciousness. You could look at a few evidence for what the physical benefit of humor in terms of like releasing air, or what physically the humor does, if it is kind of like burping, where a person has a regular breathing and humor returns some form of regularity to a homeostasis function. And so that's most evidence exactly what normal homeostasis of the body is, why a person would have, if it's cognitive dissonance or physical dissonance of the situation where they've lost homeostasis in terms of their breathing and bodily function, and then laughter that would return the person back to a proper homeostasis. And I think that's the norm. If that makes sense to you, like just thinking of the times you laugh, that you laugh, it if your breath was for whatever reason not in correspondence with other things like heartbeat or various things that they've measured, and that laughter returns you to some sort of equanimity, homeostasis. That is without any cognitive aspect to because usually people laugh in social situations. So if it's like burping or something like that, where you might burp when no one's around, you might also occasionally laugh when no one's around, but usually laughing is induced. They talk under their breath. That if you take a person laughing and like record it and then play it back slowly, that they actually say intelligible things, and it's like talking under your breath, and usually it's like negative, that the person under the breath, so like saying you're not taking me seriously. So like if you're laughing really under your breath, you're saying bad things about me. So it's the call it the cognitive dissonance, where it's like the power differential. I rejected this power differential, and you could actually, as I said, record. You could actually hear what. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if you've heard them and play it back, that they actually do speak intelligible things.
So it's like, and then it's like, fuck you, when you play it real slow. Is that basically right?
Well,
it sounds a little crazy. Like,
no, I mean, but it's sped up. Actually, laughter is not slowed down. It's sped up talking, not slowed down talking.
Does this like a process of reaching equilibrium via laughter? Does this exist within other creatures, or is it only humans? I don't even know.
Have you ever heard of TRE, tension release exercises? It's like basically what animals do naturally. Like, you ever seen a squirrel get injured? Ever seen any animal get injured?
Yeah.
And how'd they react if they didn't die?
Hyenas. I'm thinking of the hyena, the laughing hyenas.
Pupils dilate.
I do think that laughter is common among the animal kingdom. You have specific animals that are known to laugh, like hyenas, but also I have to think about, like, with dogs or cats, I don't think laugh, but the laughter does come in some mammals. You have to look up to it. Like, I didn't prepare research on laughter. We could do that for a future time, or I could probably do a few Google searches. But if you're talking like irregular breathing, that the awkwardness of the social situation causes irregular breathing, and it's a social distance. Like, and the professor has a rhythm and a breathing rhythm, and I also mentioned like my disappointment of the Science of Consciousness conference, and you were in university, right? Crab, were you in you've been in university?
You went to school.
Oh no, sorry. No, I'm not in university. No, I'm not going to school.
Did you ever take a university class?
No, I hate college. I would never go.
Okay. But I mean, so that you mentioned the power differential, and I was saying that a lot of times they don't really want you talking to each other. They don't like you making friends. So like, in high school or something, or as a kid, if you're in a classroom and you're not supposed to talk to your peers, fellow people in the class, and the teacher, yell at you, stop talking, and then if you get in even more trouble, start laughing, and saying that in the classroom, saying like that if you're laughing, that you might get punished for it because it's a sign of possibly nefarious intention or rejection of the power differential from communal breathing. So the teacher who controls the situation is breathing in a certain way, and you are in class and you see your peers and you would like to have social interaction with your fellow peers that is not facilitated by the teacher or power figure, and the power figure has to maintain power by forbidding you from having interaction with your fellows and peers. And it would be in a breathing type way that if it's educational, maybe the teacher has a more slow controlled pace to their breathing, as where if you were interacting with your friends that you're sitting there with in class, or the people your own age doing the frivolous things that normal kids would be doing, you would be breathing at a different pace. But by maintaining the power, the teacher forces you to breathe at a slower, more controlled rate. And so the laughter is, it's kind of it's somewhat like the rejection of power, but it's this from a physical level, without getting into the consciousness level of what's going through a person's head when they're laughing, in terms of thinking or consciousness, that there's a breathing asymmetry. So if you're in a comedy club and there's a person at front, you don't really get to talk to the people who you're at the comedy club with. You just have to sit there and listen to the person in front. So if the person in front is talking about uncomfortable subjects like sex and racism or societal breakdown, and you would like to comment with the people in the same room with you, but you can't because it's a controlled situation. So you look around the room and you laugh because of your breathing irregularities, basically. And so I think that's the best understanding from a physical process of what maybe Jennifer, as a yoga expert, would have some thought on, like laughing as a response to breathing irregularities.
I really liked what you said there. Seems reasonable. I don't like the idea of just making it like, oh, laughter's bad. It's like, I think it's a mechanism that serves a purpose. And just to sort of tie it back to what I was saying about my not great squirrel example earlier, is if an animal goes into shock, it has a way to sort of snap back out of it, right? So it can kind of go into this weird, like, petrified position and then sort of heave back and forth, like twitching maybe, and then sort of snap out of it, right? And we don't really do that, because we have this highly evolved aggression where it's like, oh, nice shirt. Where it's like, you have the 1-2 punch of like alleged compliment, but really it's, I hate your shirt more than fire. But then you can't push back because it's like, there's the, you can sort of, there's always like the fallback position. It's like, what? Well, I said it was nice. What's your problem, bruh? So you just got to sit there and take it. Kind of like you got to get smacked in the face the way they used to challenge people to duels, but you have no recourse because you can't be like whipping out like a 10-page long explanation of why saying nice shirt is actually ultra rude, right? So like, we're not going to start sort of tacky if you think about it, but it's like it's not so repellent that we're gonna start like having a seizure as a result of it, right? But some type of seizure-esque thing is what the TRE is trying to, which is tension release exercise, I think, is trying to recreate that. And laughing is like that, or can be, because not all laughs are created equal, is my point. Like, there's kind of a nervous laughter, but there's also an excited laughter. And, you know, probably several other flavors of laughter out there, right? I think I just chuckled. I think it's sort of a pausing mechanism, perhaps for me, and more appealing than using, you know, like 25,000 times when I can't quite get the words out fast enough. I am improvising. So I think what Doovid's probably right, you know, that it is mostly, I don't want to say degenerate to laugh, but it's certainly not. It's not serious, but sometimes it's good not to be serious. Like if someone is being ultra serious about something silly, then you got to sometimes laugh and, like you say, like break the tension. Seems that it's probably something more along the lines of being a need than a want. So that's why I sort of hesitate to cast it as bad. But it is definitely good to have self-control to be able to not burst into chuckles uncontrollably.
This could tie very easily back into the question I had about ontology, but I don't want to throw you off the rails if you want to keep talking about the Socratic method.
Well, I'll make one more point about laughter, and you know, so that the most common form of laughter in comedy is about the physical injury of others. And so, you know, it's like, oh, I wouldn't laugh at you know, someone else being injured. But when you think like, you know, the Three Stooges, or even the most funny comedies that, you know, like The Naked Gun, or Rush Hour, which are really quite violent movies, but they're comedies, and they're funny, and they're supposed to be funny, and there is you know, testing the natural reaction towards seeing the injury of others is actually laughter. So it's like, you know, God forbid, you know, my friend just broke their leg and had a horrible accident, you know, thing like that's not funny. But, you know, to some, it is funny, and it could be related to the breathing, because the breathing is essentially an empathetic function. And so if you see that someone is injured, that their breathing has changed, and so, you know, because they're injured and the injury has changed their breathing reaction, and so then you say, they are, you know, even though there's a natural tendency to be empathetic, which could be related to a sense of other people's breathing rates, that no, the other person's breathing rate has changed because they are injured, but I am not injured, and my breathing rate is fine, and I'm fine, and it comes out as laughter, or as the person who is injured themselves, as a function to dealing with pain. And I was actually putting like laughing hyenas, and I think they actually laugh while eating their prey, so that they're actually, you know, God forbid, killing and ripping things limb to limb and laughing about it. And I'm not, the hyenas aren't the only animals that laugh, but they're the most famous ones. But they actually, I think monkeys laugh also, but they laugh related to violence. And I think that's also, you know, like, did you hear about the downfall of my foe? And you're saying that's funny, and that's why laughing has this degenerate concept that you know, saying if the power, it has like the power differential is, you know, like related to the Socratic method in being in the classroom. So the same classroom where and I've seen rabbis actually, I've seen kick people out of the classroom for laughing. I've seen business people. I've seen multiple times people been asked to leave for laughing. You know, just like, you're not serious, you're out of here. You know, you laugh one more time, you're out of here. And because it probably is most related, similar to the Socratic method, about respecting the power differential or seriousness. And, you know, so if you were applying for a job and you came in and you started laughing, or there was a room of people and the person was explaining what to do, and you started laughing, and the boss was like, you laugh one more time, you're fired. Or, you know, you're in your classroom and your first time in law school, and the professor starts doing the Socratic method, and you start laughing, and the professor publicly, and so laugh. Like if you could read out the laughter, you could assume the authority.
That's sort of, it's almost inverse to the model that I see for laughter. When I think about laughter, there's the idea, right, that it's a response to a disequilibrium, and then the whatever conscious state is reaching equilibrium and balancing itself out. But in my eyes, it's always been an overflow. In my eyes, it's always been whenever you're overwhelmed, and that seems to be the string that runs through most like things that make me or other people laugh. When you mention someone getting hurt, or
called cognitive dissonance. Whoa.
Yeah, anything that provides a upwelling of an immense amount of energy, something that doesn't meet your expectations or whatever. Yeah, and the energy can't be destroyed, so it has to go somewhere.
The laughter's the response. Yeah, the laughter's the response to the welling up.
I see it as heat. I see
and
it
the
as
welling
a
up is caused by
byproduct.
cognitive dissonance.
Well, you could call it that.
Well, it is really a thing, right? It is literally a thing. It has a physical analog, or it's literally representing a real physical system that can be understood on those terms. I just think anything that doesn't actually represent reality won't really make any sense. So many rival theories, But you think of it as tension builds up because of energy always not being conserved. Energy is increasing in your body. It increases because you eat, and then it builds up, and then it has to be discharged because it's full. And that's what happens when you laugh, or other types of discharges like crying and the other one.
Well, on the note too of being serious and not being serious, yes, I mean, of course, if you laugh, it means to some degree you are dissociating, you are disconnected from what's going on around you. You aren't taking it literal and seriously. But I think, and this has to do with my question about ontology, but as sort of like a Gnostic type, I don't necessarily think that the physical world should be taken 100% seriously or in accordance with how it presents itself. And I think some degree of
I don't know. I don't like being mocked. Do you?
I mean, it certainly depends. I can say that being mocked has been a low, but being mocked
I really don't like being mocked at all. It's one of the worst, maybe the worst. I don't want to say it's the worst, but it's a terrible feeling. I don't want to be mocked.
Not if it isn't genuine, not if it doesn't mean anything, right? I mean, the whole idea, the reason like that I would sort of assert that, I mean, why would we take the physical world seriously in the sense that it constantly presents itself in ways that are unintelligible or not directly revealed. It's like, why are we taking with 100% good faith the system that presents itself clearly in bad faith?
Again, like, I get your gripe, and this is just basically the basic argument against materialism, but asserting a negative is invalid. So the very way you framed this is the problem.
Is that your critique of ontology? Is that what you mentioned earlier?
You're saying, oh, materialism's not the answer. But what exactly are you saying?
Yeah.
But you're not saying anything, right? Materialism is a negation of Platonism, and now you're negating a negation. So you're into double negation territory. So I won't even allow one negation, and now you've done two. So it's like that assertion is itself the idea that ridicule, which is the thing that works for Socratism, could defeat Socratism, is to misunderstand the nature of Socratism.
I also think that the Socratic method is kind of unavoidable. It's kind of something that is just innate to the nature. That's how conversations work. If you're trying to
Well,
get
it's
somewhere.
a means of making determinations, but it is
Well,
not
I know,
a means
but
of
try to
acquiring.
not.
It's not a means of acquiring knowledge. So people have conflated those two things. They think that whatever information that method confers, is equivalent to knowledge. They think that the practice of that method is equivalent to knowledge. It's not. Nor the practice, nor the result, nor the approach in any way accords with acquiring knowledge. Only the appearance of it. So it seems like you're smart when you use it, but you're not. But it does have a point where it can be used, which is not really anything other than neti, which nobody knows what that is, but it's similar. It does apply.
Not that.
Yeah, so Socratic method could be classed as something along neti lines. Obviously way worse, right?
It's the inverse, right? Because neti is retroductive, and Socratic method would be like what? Just critique. It wouldn't even be a constructive system of reaching anything. It's like you say. I think neti is far superior.
Well, I won't disagree with that, but if I'm being charitable, I could say that Socratic method is some cockamamie version of that.
All right.
But, whatever. I don't want to, I'm just trying to be like, what's the word? Diplomatic, I guess.
Did we lose Doooovid?
I don't know.
Oh, no, he's very still. I don't have the capacity to be that still. So when I see people with that discipline, it throws me off.
Yeah. Stillness. Next to godliness, isn't it?
Yeah, I was looking up just some stuff on the most commonly in like ape type human like mammals, but also rats laugh, and laughter is across a few different fields, and the scientists hold that there's different types of laughter, and I was thinking of, I guess, what they call subvocalization, which usually refers to the mental talk when inside your head, like speed reading, that you have to shut off your subvocalization when you say inside your head what you're reading, and the concept of talking under your breath, that sometimes people blurt, or they can't control saying something auditorily out loud, and laughter could be a form of hiding the fact of saying something that you're not supposed to say, like a Tourette syndrome, or like that, where saying I uncontrollably want to say something that is inappropriate to a social situation or has consequence, and therefore I use laughter to I was going to say subvocalize, but it may not be the correct term of what you're saying. And I mentioned, like, as a kid in school or maybe in business, where maybe you've seen that there's actually negative repercussions towards laughing, where you're actually punished or forced to leave the classroom due to uncontrolled laughter, and also controlling laughter as a way of controlling the likely people that are going to disrupt the power order, and saying that laughter is a sign of people that want to disrupt the power order, and then the straightforward connection of physical harm and injury evoking laughter, and they even say positive laughter, or just the role that laughter plays, that God forbid your grandmother died. It's like, is that funny? But it's like, no, it's a release of cognitive dissonance, where it's like the news is upsetting. I didn't want my grandmother to die, and here's the news, or someone I cared about had a great tragedy, and you laugh about it to really to return to homeostasis in whatever form that this news was upsetting enough that it upset your homeostasis and your regular breathing patterns, and therefore laughing is the physical release method of returning to homeostasis, and so it's connected to your bad character and lack of seriousness. A bad character in the way you didn't know how to properly act in the situation, so you had to revert to laughter, because a bad character of not knowing the proper emotion or interaction for the situation, or lack of seriousness, which could be related to not necessarily just a power differential, but you were saying like now is some time for something complicated, for intense amount of focus, and you're laughing because the other people have achieved the state of intense focus, and the person laughing has not been able to achieve the state of intense focus, and therefore lets it out in laughter. And I saw some articles. Laughter is still largely ununderstood, and most scientists hold that there's a good form, healthy form of laughter. Also, a lot of people believe that laughter, there's such a thing as real laughter, that you can't fake laughter, because laughter, there has to be an actual state of imbalance of homeostasis to have real laughter, where the laughter returns you to the to homeostasis, so that laughter can't be faked, because you can't fake not being in homeostasis. It has to be.
You can entice it. That's the whole point of TRE. You can trigger it, and it does release this deep-seated tension, which is what I've been trying to get to, thrice now. But anyway, that's the point of it's the release of tension.
Well, they said that's
cognitive
not real laughter
is associated with it.
According to the
No,
expert,
you can. Doovid, the placebo effect is a thing.
I was just looking up the scientific
assumption
papers.
To the contrary of the placebo effect. You're saying, it can't be faked. It's like, I agree there is such a thing as like, ha ha ha, fake laugh. But I do think that through particular techniques, you can induce laughter.
I was just looking up this stuff while you were talking and saying that's one of the things I saw in multiple papers was this concept of real laughter that can't be faked. So, you might be mentioning something, you might be right, but the majority of the papers I just looked at did have this point.
Yeah,
that
it's not
laughter
faked.
can't be faked.
It can be forced, though, is my point. You can induce
it can't be induced either. That if you
well,
tell
that's
a person
silly
to
because
laugh,
the placebo effect is a thing.
I'm saying that you can't
just because one experiment
you can't tell a person to laugh.
Categorically can't be induced. I've literally induced it myself. Not many times. This feeling, but it is possible. I prefer to just wait, till something funny comes along and then have a chuckle. But I guess I don't really think laughing is the best way to get rid of cognitive dissonance. Crying is better. For people should therapeutically cry once in a while, because there's crystals that accumulate in your tear ducts. Because you want to blast those out. Especially most people don't clean their nasal cavities out. So big problem. And then you got to find something that's going to trigger you to cry, right? Because I think probably inducing crying is probably harder than inducing laughing.
Did you used to do those yoga exercise where you put water through your nasal cavity into your mouth?
Jalinetti?
I'm not sure the name of it, but
no, I've done a lot more than Jalinetti, Doovid. Sorry. Again, there's that laughter. I think you're making me nervous, like someone just said it in the chat. Little girls laugh out of nervousness. I guess I kind of do laugh out of nervousness sometimes.
Well, it's because the power differential, because you don't respect the power differential, that's why you laugh.
I don't think that's what it is.
That's why it's related to the Socratic method.
That's how you feel.
Where we're saying, yes, you would be thrown out of the class. You're not serious. If you laugh one more time, you're out of here. It's going to be a fact. I don't care what you're thinking in your own head. You're going to be the one out of here, not me. And saying that's the power difference. Like when you were on modern day debate, it's like, yes, it would you weren't going to bounce T-jump for modern day debate. It would have been you that would have been bounced. The power differential was real. And okay, it's your channel. So Jennifer would be the one bouncing Doovid. I can't bounce Jennifer from our own channel. But saying the power differential is real, and the laughter or the disparity when the person comes to the point where the person recognizes, talk with memes of destruction, God forbid the walk of shame, the security walk of shame, where security eventually puts you in the pain lock and gets your arm around your back where you feel the pain, that if they pressed a little bit more pressure, they could break your arm, and they forcefully walk you out of the room. That, God forbid you call the walk of shame. And God forbid, I saw that hundreds of times. So I did party promotion in Manhattan, and I saw the walk of shame many, many times. And so the power differential is real, in the sense that you might think you're all that, but there's security and there's location, and the person in their own mind might think that they're the one in charge. But when security puts you into the grip and forces you for the walk of shame, you walk and you leave because you don't want your arm broken, God forbid. And so, the same way, if modern day debate, T-jump, you're saying you don't want to get bounced, and so you respected their rules and their authority because it was their venue, and they had the power. And just like when you're in university or in the classroom and there's professor and there's authority, the power differential is real. And you might dislike your professor and the system and the authority structure, but that the power structure is real. And if you complain, it's going to be you getting bounced, not the people that are currently in charge of the power structure. And even like the Science of Consciousness Conference, meaning like we could have complained, we could have tried to take over the chat, but it's their conference and they would have just banned us and bounced us. And if it was an IRL conference, I don't know if it was like a party, they probably wouldn't have put us in the, the grip hold of like the walk of shame. But they would have eventually called security on us and had us bounced, because the power differential is factual, it is real. And that's laughter. Usually, you have the point like, hey, you're not laughing anymore. You were laughing pretty hard until that guy put your arm behind your back and started walking you, and now they're not laughing very hard. And that's why violence is, the visceral reaction to, you were laughing pretty hard until you got your ass beat, God forbid, and now you're not laughing so hard. And so that there is that direct connection to violence. And so you're saying you might be saying that, but you wouldn't say that to my face, because if you said that to my face, you would be fearful of a direct violent reaction. So among your peers, you might be laughing, but if you were in front of my face, you would be scared of violence, God forbid. And so that is probably the relationship to laughter. And so Jennifer might have her. She might be right. She might be smarter than me. She might understand these ideas, but she's just a country girl with a high IQ. And when she gets to City Hall and tries to start telling other people what to do, they're just going to bounce her out and have her arrested.
So was Krishna a country boy with a high IQ?
Well, I mean, Krishna took highest birth. He was Kamsa's
Had parents
son.
Born in jail?
But he was still from the royal family.
Birth in jail.
But he was still from the royal family. I mean, he could have been disposed.
I thought he was a Kshatriya.
Well, he's still a Pandava from the royal family.
Did he? Was he a country boy with a high IQ?
No, I mean, I think he was expelled to the country. But yeah, they're saying that to some extent, the power differential was real. And the reason he was in the countryside was because Kamsa was trying to kill him.
What
and
about
no matter how much you thought Krishna was the good guy,
country boy with a high
Kamsa
IQ?
was the bad guy, that Kamsa had a whole army and a whole bunch of people willing to use violence against him. And so if you're laughing at Kamsa, saying when you reach the arena and Kamsa's guys kill you and rough you up, you're not going to be laughing anymore. So I mean, Krishna is saying that power differential was real. Krishna was in exile. Krishna was hiding on the countryside of fear of imminent death.
What about when a real social inversion is sort of necessary? What about when a power structure exists that is not fitting and does not speak to the heart of the people? What then? Do the country boys with high IQ at some point have some legitimacy? I mean, I'm thinking of not like I was going to use Christ, but I realize what company I'm in. There are many examples of leaders and rulers that are essentially this archetype. And I'm wondering if, I mean, yes, this power differential exists. Establishments have power because they are competitively efficient, but within that, there at some point, sometimes systems have to adapt and invert.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned that because, I mean, obviously, power corruption will eventually be overturned. Krishna eventually overthrows Kamsa, but it takes him decades. That Krishna's in exile, and overcoming Kamsa's guys trying to kill him, but it takes like close to 20 years till Krishna returns to the capital and eventually delivers Kamsa and overthrows the corrupt empire. That you could be a country boy with a high IQ and look in the halls of power and see these guys are corrupt, these guys are unjust, but the power differential is still factually unreal. I mean, real. And saying if you're a country boy with a high IQ, the army doesn't take your command. The army takes the command of the corrupt people in in Washington, in the city square. And I thinking, I lived in New York, and think like Occupy Wall Street, even Black Lives Matters, or any of these mass protests. A lot of times you're thinking they can't arrest all of us. But like you're in New York, like yes, they could arrest all of you. Like when they shut down the Brooklyn Bridge, like New York City has over 20,000 people on the police force. They have like a special riot squad of I think 700 people, and even like a few thousand people that could be auxiliary brought in. They have fleets of buses. They could turn stadiums into temporary holding cells. So even the one Black Lives Matter protest in Detroit, it took about 15 minutes for them to arrest 100 people. And then the local stadium opened up the stadium to turn into a temporary holding cell for the people that were arrested. And I think Occupy Wall Street were some of the bigger protests, but in New York, they've arrested hundreds of people. And when you have that crowd thinking that like they can't beat us all, and then the police start coming breaking heads, you're saying like you change your mind pretty quickly. Like, so if you're from the big city and the full force of the law, so you're the country boy with the high IQ, and you can say I'm smarter than these guys for the big city. Like I know more than these guys. These guys are complete mess ups and completely running everything straight into hell. There's no way that's going to last. But you're a country boy with the high IQ. You don't have an army that answers to you. You don't have a police force that listens to you. You don't have thousands of people with guns and so on and so on. Or the power differential being real. So at some point, it's not going to be funny anymore. When we used to play in the chess club, sometimes people would come back and they used to lose. A lot of times in chess, you'll lose every single game to a person if they're a certain amount better. And the joke was, what was funny before isn't funny anymore. So like, here's, Crab. Is that same? I don't know if you saw Cobra Kai, where Hawk, where he, God forbid, beats the hell out of his former bully. And he's looking at him, is like, is that same geeky guy we used to pick on? And it's like, yes, that is that same geeky guy you used to pick on. And now he's about to kick your ass, God forbid. And, saying, because what was funny before isn't funny anymore. And that could apply like to the revolution, that, like eventually there'll be enough country boys that are going to overthrow the government, or there's going to be enough corruption that the masses will arise and overthrow the establishment. And then it's still going to be what was funny before isn't funny anymore. The guy in the city who took high birth and was like, I'm going to be able to get away with all of this stuff, and you're just a country boy. Even if you have a high IQ, I'll completely squash you. And there's karma is factual. But yeah, I mean, there is
basically Power Rangers.
Well, no, I mean, power. I don't think there are no superheroes. You're saying that it's it's more countless unnamed murders. That the thousands of unnamed murderers that die for a cause before eventually the empire gets taken down. To think that like a few superheroes are going to come in and overthrow things. That's just in the movies, in the storybook. And even if you believe in, the Vedas, the stories of Krishna or something like that, and even Krishna, takes 20 years till he eventually comes in and takes out Kamsa for 20 years. Even Krishna is, in exile and hiding from Kamsa because his forces are just too much, that even Krishna is scared of Kamsa's forces.
Is that, in your opinion, how the country boys win? Is this continuous martyrdom?
Well, yeah, because the power differential is real. That saying if you're the king's son in the city and you have all the weapons and you have thousands of trained soldiers that answer your command, you're the country boy is just not going to have that. You could have some Power Ranger fantasy that you're going to single-handedly go in and beat them all, but no, it's usually through corruption.
That is not what Power Rangers is about. It was 5 people, first of all. And it was sort of more nuanced, right? Rita Repulsa and all the whatnot. I was just saying because she's kind of a lot like Claire. That's why I was really just trying to make that joke, but sorry. No, it's actually it's really awesome point. I love that you say that. That's really funny. Not funny, but good. Wonderful. For me, funniness is part of my teaching strategy, so I have to invoke laughing. But I could not laugh in theory. If there was some reason to not laugh, I could certainly not laugh. Just to be clear,
because you laugh because you don't accept the situation of your karma, where you say, "I took low birth, and the people who took high birth are really corrupt and doing nasty things. But if I tried to stop them, they would probably torture me and kill me, and there's absolutely nothing I can do to stop them because the power differential is real." So that's a factual assessment of karma. As opposed to like laughing is like the Mayavadi. I could walk straight into the city and they would recognize that I'm awesome and they would immediately put me straight into charge and they would put me and recognize that I am better than them. Whereas like, no, they would torture you and kill you. They wouldn't listen to you. They would have you arrested. And so, the laughter is the cognitive dissonance of saying I took low birth and factually that there's people out there that are doing things that I don't like that have significantly more power than me. And you say, well, I don't need, a police force. I don't need an army of thousands of people. That's just crazy and ridiculous. But a factual representation, like there is an army out there. There are people, with guns and militias, and they don't take commands from you. And, so it's just a recognition of karma and put like the Mayavadi type attitude of the rejection of reality, of accepting your low birth.
I accept that you think that I took low birth. I'm
How do I work?
You have an army of people that listen to your command? Do the police and the politicians take your command?
Doovid,
like, no, you took low birth.
Inflammatory statements.
And I'm saying it's not an insult, it's just a factual assessment.
Right. So then why even ask the question if it's so self-evident? Let's not even talk about it. Wonder Crab, what were you going to say? Should I call you something different? Feel weird.
You can call me whatever. Crabby, Wonder Crab. You can call me whatever you want.
Crabby seems to have meaning, doesn't it?
Instead of these,
it all has very deep meaning. The crab is quite a creature.
Instead of the more like violent in the army, if you take it back to the classroom, where it's like you're in school and there's a person who has power at the front of the classroom who is telling you what's important in life and controlling the situation in the interaction with your peers. And, there could be, okay, because I took low birth, that there's this other person, and you say, even if it's not low birth, but just the assessment of the karma is that there are people with power over me and I don't like it and I can't control it. That I need to go to school, or else, like whatever, my parents would beat me or I'd be in trouble or I wouldn't be able to succeed in life. And there's a teacher at the front of the classroom who I don't like and I don't approve of, and they have power over me. And every single time that I try to flip the power dynamic and put myself in power and not accept their power, I end up in trouble. And so that initial situation, like when you go to school as a kid, is replicated in life. Saying, do you have a trust fund? Do you have millions of dollars in the bank? It's saying, like, well, you need money, and so the answer is no. You got to get a job. You got to do something for money, and there's going to be a power dynamic where it's saying, like, people aren't asking you for work. They're not asking you for money. You're the one asking them for work and asking them for money, and the power dynamic is real, and it's everywhere that you go. You can't leave your apartment, your house, and go that far without coming into someone else who's going to have power over the situation that you don't have. If it's a store owner, if it's a government official, if it's a police officer, if you're inside an institute, if it's a teacher, any situation, there's a power dynamic, and it causes dissonance because the order is, I would prefer to be in power of the situation. And it turns out that I'm not in power and in control of the situation. There is another person who's in power and control of the situation, and it causes a dissonance. So if you have an accurate assessment of karma, you say, I'm just a speck of nothing. Like, of course, everywhere I go, there's people with power over me, and I don't have control over my own karma. My karma is in the fate of other people, and I can't control other people. And a lot of times people use that karma to harm me, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it, and it sucks.
How could this idea of martyrdom fit within the metaphorical framework you've laid out of academia?
Well, I mean, that's fighting the system. So we say that if the system is so corrupted where, everywhere you go, the system is unfair and, it's rigged against you, and that you really have no choice but to fight the system. And the result of fighting the system is, God forbid, martyrdom, even if you're in the right. Even if, like, you can't do that. You can't treat and harm those people for no reason like that. You can't, abuse the system and use the public good to enrich and benefit yourself at the cost of everybody else. And then you get to the public square and you see someone there is like, yes, I can. And if you try to stop me, you're just going to end up a martyr. So at a certain point, if there's enough martyrs, you could overthrow the system. But usually, God forbid, if you call it the Jesus principle or, just some sort of Masonic, you might even be able to give a mathematical function where there's like a power corrupts. And so you're going to have people in control of the public good, and they're going to use that public good to benefit themselves. And if someone else in the public recognizes that the person abusing the public good for their own benefit is abusing the public good for their own benefit, that their reaction is not going to be to stop using the public good for their own benefit. Their reaction is going to be to exert their power to quash the person that is trying to stop them from abusing their power. But if enough people stand up to the person in power, that eventually their power will be relinquished. And if it's a situation like government, if it's just the local bully, you don't think the local bully is going to martyr you for standing up to the bully. But if it's like, I'm going to stand up to the bully, and then the bully, gives, she's like, you really think that's such a good idea to stand up to the bully? Like, I'm the bully. Like this is what I'm good at. But it's like, if enough people stand up to the bully, then you're going to be able to, take down the bully. But in the larger governmental system, it's, it's not a bully. It's the police, it's the army, it's the infrastructures, the halls of power. And a lot of times they're coordinated against you because, the people in power are all scratching each other's backs to remain power. There's, a little bit of honor among thieves. So when the bounty is big enough for the thieves to split the pot, then the thieves could largely get along together. So, if you have a group of thieves and, they're stealing and they have enough bounty to split among themselves that they don't have to fight each other, However, when the bounty isn't enough for the thieves to split amongst themselves, they're going to turn on each other. And, so revolution, corruption, power differentials work in that way. So if you have a teacher or any situation that is abusing their power, if you have a bully that just thinks, I'm going to beat up kids that are smaller than me and steal their lunch money, God forbid, because I'm bigger than them than I can. And if you try to stand up against me, it's not going to turn out good for you, because usually the bullies are the ones who are physically stronger. They're enticed to become a bully because they could get away with it. But if enough kids stand up to the bully, they're going to be able to take down the bully. But when you get into larger society, it's not just like a bully that's bigger than everyone else in class. It's a coordinated effort of the elites to abuse power and to siphon off what should be the public good for themselves. And so, the martyrdom principle, in theory, works. So you don't want to be the first martyr, because the first martyr, or maybe the first martyr, gets their name recognized. But you don't want to be from the early martyrs, because you're just going to be tossed in a nameless grave and no one's going to remember you. But after 100 martyrs have came and the front line has came down, then you might feel more comfortable, because power is essentially false. That even the people who took higher birth and are on the inside of the law, or even the people who achieved that went through the system and are now representative of power to the people who are on the outside and are victims of power, that it's still illusory power, and karma is still factual, and so if it's not me that stops them, someone else will. And because maybe you're scared, and you're not going to stand up to the corruption because you're scared, and therefore you're going to find Doooovid, who suffers less fear and is willing to stand up to the corruption, simply because I don't suffer fear in the same way that other people do. And eventually, if the corruption is pointed out, enough people will stand up to the system. And you could even try to draw mathematical equations of like too big to fail. At what point do the corrupted people in power find themselves in a kill or be killed situation, or is there such a safe thing to safely relinquish power and give it back to the people? And it's like, no, unfortunately, the karma is usually a way that the people in the center in corruption and control of the situation will devolve into a kill beat situation, where basically they're going to hold on to power, and the only way to take power from them is to kill them, God forbid, and they're going to keep power by killing people. And the U.S., if you're a conspiracist, you might think that that's already the system, but the U.S. people to maintain power. And then if you look at like maybe in Syria, maybe in Russia, maybe in these other places, that yes, that is how they do it. They just kill people to keep their power, and in revolution and mass bloodshed is the only way to even out the balance. And that historically you could interpret history like that power gets accumulated in the hands of a few, and those people use the power to maintain their power and form a monopoly of the power, and then they eventually use that power to start killing people that question their power. And once they start unjustly killing people to defend their power, they basically put a lock on their situation, that there's nothing that they could do besides to keep on killing people to defend their power. And if you're took low birth and born outside of the power structure, basically if you stand up, you're going to be killed. So you have to just accept the abuse. You have to let the bully beat you up. You have to let the bully steal from you, because there's nothing you could do until enough like-minded people are willing to do a revolution, and that that you're likely, that it becomes so worthwhile that it's worth being a martyr for. That the system is so corrupt that whatever life I have on the outside of the system, I would rather be a martyr going down to trying to take the system down than to be part of the system.
how could I maybe work within my karma to amass the kind of social inertia required to have this kind of amount of martyrdom? Because you're talking about majorities here.
And there's Gandhi and Dr. King and possibly Lord Chaitanya, Harinam Sankirtan. I always claim that Gandhi's Satyagraha comes from Lord Chaitanya's Harinam Sankirtan, and at the time, 500 years ago, Chand Kazi, the Muslims that were controlling the Hindus of Bengal at the time, and he led Harinam Sankirtan of hundreds of thousands of people chanting outside the dictator accepted some of the seeds of the demands of the populace. But Gandhi did that in India with tens of millions of people. Called it Satyagraha, which like Satyaprakath is the same word for truth. And in America, Dr. King, who sent people to India, called it passive resistance. So you could passively resist the power structures without revolt and peaceful resistance, where I'm letting the power structures know that I'm against what they're doing. They're not going to be able to get away with doing it, but I'm not going to use violence to overthrow it. I'm just going to use passive resistance, and eventually, if enough of us passively resist, then we're going to be able to take down the power structures that be. And usually there's a reciprocation that just for passively resisting, they're not going to kill you. So if it's Dr. King, you could see the videos of them releasing the dogs and hitting people with batons and putting the water hoses on African Americans in like Selma, Louisiana, or something like that, or Gandhi, the British police coming with batons and beating the hell out of crowds of thousands and thousands of people. But generally there's some sort of reciprocation, and if you non-violently resist, you might be met with violence, but it's usually somewhat reciprocated. And if you are met with violence, it causes the masses to take your side. So when the people saw the videos of the civil rights movement and African Americans just sitting there, having dogs stuck on them, and the water hoses, and the police hitting them with batons, that changed public opinion.
Was Gandhi of high birth? I don't have any.
He was of relatively high birth, but I don't think he was a Brahmin. But I think his father was an administrator, and he was of high enough birth that he ended up going to London to be trained as a lawyer, and he was working for the British establishment. If you read his biography, he was in South Africa as an administrator for the Indian government, and it was apartheid, where blacks and Indians and whites were required to sit in different sections of the train. That caused them to turn against the British control of India. I'm saying, even if you're the king's son taking material birth, to some extent, all people are, no matter how high birth a person takes, even the king's son, who's being groomed to be the next king, still suffers the harsh conditions of the material realm. So high birth is relative. That if you're an administrator, if your father was a bureaucrat and administrator for the system, and maybe 5% of the populace are bureaucrats and administrators for the system, that being born into the administrative class is still a form of relatively high birth. And saying even the king's son, there is power is basically illusory. That even the king's son doesn't really actually have any power.
Well, then where does this whole question of high and low birth fit in?
Well, dragging a point out for hours with no real center.
Well, because their power
sort
differentials
of exercise to avoid learning anything, I surmise.
Power differentials are real. I mean, saying that, like how much money does your father have? What kind of job does your father have? What type of position in the governmental structure does your father have? It's like the song "The Zombies." What's your name? Who's your daddy? Like that's the most pertinent information is who is your dad, what status does your dad have, and your dad. My father's a doctor, but your father could be a policeman or whatever situation that say, okay, power is illusory, but your dad's a police officer and has a gun and a badge, and the gun and the badge is real. And what does it mean that power is illusory and that power differentials are real at the same time? And it's paradoxical, but you're saying no, the gun and badge is real, the title is real, the bureaucratic position in the government is real, and the administration allocation of resources is real.
I think Jen was getting sick of the topic. Do you want to interject?
Well, yeah, it's like, where'd we get the idea that dying for a cause is a good idea?
Well, I mean, Jen, how can we never talk about your mom and dad?
What does that have to do with martyrdom being anything?
Well, I'm saying it's proof that you took low birth. I mean, saying that if you took higher birth, you would be talking more about your mom and dad. If Elon Musk was your dad, you would be explaining why you have hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank and why you could do.
What does this have to do with martyrdom?
Because Elon Musk is not your dad.
What does that have to do with martyrdom? Can you just please answer the question? Because I'm ultra confused.
Because there's a system, and it martyrdom is against the needs
and talking
of the
about
common
family.
person. And if you took low birth, you're not the beneficiary of that system. The system is against you. It's not for you.
But
and so martyrdom is the fear factor of what happens when you stand up to that system. So if you're Elon Musk's kid, you would know that the perpetration of the system will continue your power. If you have a hedge fund, if you have a trust fund, if you have hundreds of people that take your command, and all these various factors, because Elon Musk is your dad, if there's a revolution and the power structures at B fall, being the king's son isn't going to be that valuable anymore. Being the king's son is only valuable when the kingdom is doing well, and you're only going to become the next king if there's not a revolution, because if there's a revolution, they're not going to make the king's son the next king. So he's saying that if you took, the martyrdom is, you could be high birth and be a martyr and turn against the system like Buddha or something and renounce your position in the system. But no, I mean, it's usually people who took low birth and who are being screwed by the system that work to overthrow the system. And, those are generally, so to say, the people who took low birth, and they took low birth because the system is working against them, not in favor of them. That's the definition of low birth, that you were born into the part of the system where the system works against you, not for you.
Of your original question, Krabby?
My question, really, we could go all the way back. We go all the way back like a half hour.
Because if you invoke martyrdom, I'm going to say I don't accept the premise. So just to let you know,
martyrdom's
nothing
extreme.
Will ever
I am very curious to hear Doovid's thoughts on how, as a low birth person, and this I admit, how the system is dependent upon people like us to inevitably change the system. And when I hear martyr, I'm not thinking about death or like some crazy event, but even a very small action could be martyrdom, or we could use the word jihad if that's better.
Yeah, because generally...
No, it's not. What is the point of this conversation exactly?
Well,
where is the
Socratic method and
social inversion is the point.
Yeah, we came from talking about the Socratic method and laughter.
It's not a thing.
And talking about power differentials, and just, I mean, we could change the subject, but I mean, I think it's a pretty important topic that's rarely talked about. But that the elite, if there's a
you're not talking about martyrdom, you're talking about sacrifice, the sacrifice principle, and you're saying sacrifice always involves dying, and it's like it doesn't. Dying is like almost nothing on the spectrum of sacrifice. No, what I want to know is, why do you want to conflate sacrifice with dying? What are you, some kind of death cult?
Well, no, I'm talking about. I mean, if we're talking about overturning power differentials and the ultimate
I'm not talking
power.
about that. You are.
I am.
Well, I was talking about laughter. That laughter is indicative of
Creating chaos. To what end? Overturning order. To what end?
No. Chaos.
I'm saying the reason Jennifer laughs is because she's not telling us about the glories.
Please.
Well, I'm saying because you're not telling us about the glories of your father.
The constantly having to drag my rep through the mud with the laughing thing. Can we just move on?
Well, I say because you're not telling us about the glories of your father. But like without getting too much into that, the elite depend upon bringing elements of the mass into the elite, and saying you could be a former slave and enter the elite by becoming a slave master. That the slave could eventually become a slave master, and the method of the elites maintaining power. And it's not necessarily just like, I mean, really it's the laws of masonry, and it's not just like the elites are all bad people and nefarious. It's just the structure of masonry and human society is that people rise from the masses, and then they enter power, and then they become in charge of the masses. So if you took high birth, you don't know what's going on on the street corners. You don't know what's going on among the average person. So you recruit people from the masses to enter the elite, and then that's how you are capable of ruling over the masses, is through the intermediaries of the people who, so to say, took low birth and then enter and move up higher ranks in society. So if you're the king's son, and the chief of police is someone who took low birth and you worked their way up through the police force, and he knows what it's like to be just a guy on the street, because his father was a guy who was just on the street, and he had thought about a life of crime as a kid, but instead joined the police force and worked his way up. That you have so in the halls of power, not everyone took high birth. In fact, it's probably even like 50-50 that you can even see percentages like that if you look at the 1%, maybe 50% of them are kids of the 1%, but the other 50% are a differential of people who took different forms of lower birth, and some of them will have taken very low birth. And I remember, I worked in construction. I had my tree cut down the other week, and the company that I used to cut the tree, the guy whose company it was started as a climber. I mean, like, he was just a guy that took low birth and had the lowest position possible for the tree cutting company, and now he's got his own tree cutting company and has tens of people working for him. And I don't know if he's a millionaire, but he probably makes a pretty good living. And I have met people that started standing on street corners looking for work, Mexicans that maybe there were even illegal immigrants, and they started standing on street corners for days labor and moved up to be millionaires. So the system, in order to function, necessitates that probably all societies, all points in history, there, that's karma, that there's a flow of people who took high birth moving down, and a flow of people who took low birth moving up. And you don't have to have revolutions. Revolutions and martyrdom usually are the result of the abuse of power. But if the tendency is to abuse power, that means the tendency of people who took low birth in order to get a fair chance have to consider revolting against a system that's rigged against them. So if you want to give final comments on this, Crab, and then we could move on to something else.
You there, Crab? We can't hear you at the moment. Hello?
How about there? All right. Boomer moment. So I think I'm glad to hear some of that. There's nothing I really need to add to that. I just think this whole question of critical mass in relation to martyrdom versus whatever alternatives might be out there is very interesting.
I assume you could mathematize it in terms of the level of corruption among the elites that is tolerable to the level where people are going to start to rebel, start to not follow rules, and to the ultimate level of martyrdom, where the situation is so bad that I would rather die, sacrifice my life, than put up with this corrupt system. So that's a pretty high brink level of corruption that your average person isn't going to sacrifice their life to overthrow the corruption. But your person will laugh. What your person will do minor forms of rebellion. And so how we got on the subject in the first place, I was saying that laughter is basically the most minor form of rebellion. And I have been in totalitarian type places where laughter was not allowed because it was looked at that way as a minor form of rebellion, and you could weed out rebellion by weeding out the people who laugh, by just assuming that these are the people who are going to rebel against you. But if you accept that, and you don't even have to accept that premise, but saying like martyrdom is the ultimate form of rebellion, as opposed to laughter is basically the weakest form of rebellion. And not to be unfriendly to Jennifer, but saying like,
or just a necessary thing in regulating.
How come you never tell us? How come you never tell us these great stories about your parents?
Because it's irrelevant to what I'm doing on the internet.
But I'm saying if you took high birth, like presumably you would always have these lessons from your parents. My dad told me. I remember when I was young, my dad told me, or my dad took me to this place, or you'd be bringing out like this thing that my dad gave me, and that's relative to a position in birth.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I'm mentioning Plato, like I read Plato, and I didn't take relatively high birth, but it's like I read Plato in high school. I read Descartes in high school. It's because I took high birth, and my father had those books on his shelf, and my father encouraged me to read those books. That I knew about this stuff as a kid, and my father was a good father and told me the importance of this information enough so that I spent my formative years in high school reading Plato, Kant, and Descartes. And so I'm not saying you had a bad dad because he didn't tell you in high school to read Plato, Descartes, and Kant.
I'm glad he didn't.
And maybe Jennifer's father taught her math. Maybe
why do
when
we have
you
to
were
keep coming back to this?
Because it's indicative of the
I'm
point.
glad he didn't. I'm glad that he didn't teach me any of this trash because it would have contaminated me and made me less pure. So,
Doovid, it does. I mean, like you say, though, it is a double-edged sword. Wherein the children of the 1%, you would think they would be more successful, but do we see that? I mean, I don't know what the numbers are. You said it was around 50-50 if you had to guess that they remain within the 1%. Well, no, I'm not saying
my parents are top maybe 5%, but my parents aren't even 1%. They're maybe social economically top 5%.
Earlier you had mentioned that the 1% is made up of like 50% people whose parents were in the 1%, and then 50% of those are people who have worked up. And I think that just goes to prove that high birth can be a double-edged sword. You can get somebody like yourself who, has spent a great deal of time reading, clearly. And you can also get the person who spends a great deal of time and resources doing things that don't necessarily serve them. So being of high birth, I think, comes with certain things, maybe we shouldn't
I had
quite...
my flaws too, because, the sins of the flesh or just corruption that being able to do, having access to do sin is that a lot of people use their high birth and use it to sin. They use it to have orgies and drugs and try to break the law and get away with it. And karma is a fact. But so I was mentioning, if you took high birth your parents and had good parents, your parents are going to educate you for what's necessary to be part of the ruling class. And even if my parents didn't use terms like that, like the ruling class, or however you look at it. But but if you want to be a lawyer, you want to go to a good university. So my parents educated me in a way that I would be able to at least get into University of Michigan. University of Michigan.
You send the link to someone in the chat who would like to undo it, please.
Okay, I'm going to send this email.
It's like, you guys are like acting like women. I'm just saying. And it's like, I got 2 sisters and a mother. I'm good. I know you're not going to be able to out-woman me. Just saying. I think somebody realized it earlier, but we're on levels of dumbassness right now in the chat that shouldn't ever happen. Ever.
Yeah, I mean, Jennifer probably
Were I in
relatively...
an actual worse mood, I just would have banned every last one of you, but I don't want to be like that. But you're very close to forcing my hand at this point.
I'm saying Jennifer probably relatively took high birth, but just to say that my parents raised me in a way that my minimum accomplish would be to be able to get into a good university and have able to do good on my tests, get good grades, and get into a good university, get a degree, and that was basically what my parents considered like their minimum necessity of being good parents. And if it included reading the right books, knowing the right skill, maybe Jennifer's parents, if it was math, encouraging her to take math seriously. Or
you seem to misunderstand the purpose of my taking birth with those particular people. This is why I don't want to go into it, right? Because it's what I should be focusing on is the teachings.
Yeah, but saying you do have parents.
This is not really that relevant to the teachings. And all it's going to, here's the thing, if I start talking about my family, the probability people are going to get confused is larger than the probability that they're going to gain something out of it meaningful. So there you go. That's why I don't do it. Plus,
yes. So
my family didn't ask to be brought into this shit.
But I'm talking about basic rearing, and you're like in the American dream sense, Canadian dream.
Like, are we going to ever actually get to an idea, or is it just going to be like beating around the bush to try to browbeat me into me being bad for laughing, which is kind of just like.
Well, I'm going to take it off the subject of you to the idea of your average parents wants you
to try to browbeat me into me being bad for laughing, which is kind of just like.
Greetings, Andrew. Welcome to the room.
Mute yourself. I had to mute you, Andrew, because you have got tons of reverb. So when you join a call, you should be muted, not unmuted. So that right there tells me you're a troll, right? So just based on everything going on in the chat so far, already reasonably certain this is not going to end well. But have to bring you on.
Could give him a new. Could be a new streamer.
What do you want to call it?
He looks like he's
got and impartial.
He looks like he's got the Hebrew God's name, the Yud Hey Vav Hey, as his title. But just to finish the point, it's saying that your average American parent, Canadian parent, raises their kid so that they're going to be able to have a better life than them to the best of their ability, and that includes how they educate them and how they
not
train
since the
them.
boomers. Can we move on though? This is getting ridiculous.
Okay, so is this Andrew? Are you there? Are you real?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm kind of sad we want to move on. I was very interested in the high birth, low birth.
I mean, you had comments on that. You wanted to talk about how your parents raised you, or just the general dynamics of power differentials?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to start off with the question for you. I mean, are you making a value judgment when you talk about high birth, low birth? I mean, are you talking about people at are you talking about superiority, inferiority?
No, I'm talking more about more objective things that could be quantitatively measured, like position in society, your money, education, status. So how God judges the person, whether the person's righteous or wicked, or good or bad, I'm not making any judgment on. So I'm saying you could be, you're born to very wealthy, accomplished parents and a bad person and go to hell, and God could judge you wicked, and your peers could dislike you. But it doesn't mean that you're not going to have the benefits of high birth, or you could be a great guy who took low birth, but you're probably still going to have to work menial jobs for money and various factors. So I think there's objective, social economic determinants of high and low birth that have basically no relation to being a good or bad person.
Yeah,
There's some relation. There's
sounds
obviously some relation. It might be easier to be a good person if you took high birth. You took low birth, you could be a really great guy and nice to your peers. But if you took high birth, your ability to benefit other people is larger. You're just like giving charity. You could be a really great guy, but if you have no money, you're not going to be able to help a person out. With money, if you have your family lives 10 people in a 1-bedroom apartment, you're not going to be able to give a guy a place to sleep as easily as a person who has a big house or something like that. So there's factual elements that make it easier for someone who took high birth to, in certain way, to not necessarily be a good person, because say God judges a person based on their heart and intent, but a quantitative outcome of how many people you've helped and how much you've helped people.
Yeah, I see. That makes sense. So I was just wondering because I know Jin was making a comment on martyrdom, and you pointed out that she was not of high birth. So I was just wondering if there's some type of like value judgment being made that she couldn't comment on such a thing.
No value. I'm saying the goodness or badness of a person, their position in heaven, is not determinant on birth at all, at least according to my beliefs.
This is the last chance to the morons in the chat. Stop your promotion of false ideology now, or I will ban you. Your God didn't exist. Nobody gives a fuck about the zombie corpse you don't worship, and I don't want to hear about it.
Wow. How can you speak with such authority that
Shut up, please. Can we talk about something actually relevant to my teachings? Thanks. Oh, right. Nobody knows what that is, do they? How ironic.
Yeah, so if you accepted Jennifer's teaching, but you're saying what I really need right now is to borrow some money, and you're saying, okay, so if that's quantitative based on birth, that she's like, I'm sorry, I'm not in a position to lend you money because I just don't have extra money to lend you. And you say, okay, does that mean she's not that great a person because she can't lend you money? And then there might be someone, like maybe Brundlefly or something like that. And, Brundlefly is like, sure, I'll lend you 100. You're like Babs, or like someone who's like, sure, I'll lend you $100, no problem. Like I'll lend you $1,000, no problem. And so there's a factual element of, so if it's, even if you're talking about teachings or the benefit, and, if God judges a person by their heart or their intention, and, maybe ideas could penetrate, the masses, but saying to factually accept your karma and say, this is what I've accomplished, but this is my birth. Like I talked to Lipton Matthews, and he was telling me, like, his parents are factually average people from Jamaica. They may have been hardworking or took an education seriously, but if you met his parents, like he's a pretty accomplished guy, and at the moment, but if you introduced him, to his parents, they're just average people from Jamaica, and but that's factual to his karma and who he is. That who you took birth from, who your parents are, is probably the single biggest imprint in the material realm on your karma.
Mm-hmm.
At least in my system. If Jennifer doesn't think that that's factually accurate, but I say even Jennifer, the factually biggest imprint on her karma.
Well, I think it's pretty clear nobody here gives a flying fuck what I have to say. This show has made that blatantly clear.
Brutal.
Well, so if you accepted your karma, and so if it's saying that at the end of the day, a person of substance, or you say God is going to choose the right person for the job, whether they took high or low birth. So like if these are the qualifications for the job, and you meet the qualifications, a just system is going to choose the person who meets the qualifications. And even if the person who took high birth had a much easier time meeting the qualifications, but didn't, they're not going to be chosen. And whatever the person who took low birth did in order to have those proper qualifications, at the end of the day, you think a just system, and certainly God, chooses the right person for the job. Was that not how you see that?
Not
theologically.
Personally, I agree. I think it makes sense. Is there a parallel between low birth and high birth and Jewish people, the Jewish people?
Well, I mean, presumably, if you take the Jewish substance, that being Jewish is like I put management class. That's like being born into management. So it's being Jewish is like being of a high caste, and you could be a bad Jew. Theologically, there's statements in the Jewish texts that all Jews have a share. Kol Yisrael Yeshnam Chelek Olam Haba. All Jews have a share in the world to come. Or even statements in the Zohar, like Adam Green sometimes brings up that the worst Jew is better than the best goy. But those are just random statements. So just generally, being Jewish is like taking birth in a higher caste. But so you're more likely to end up in management. But at the end of the day, there's merit involved, and just because you're Jewish, you might be put into management. You could be a Jew, and because you're Jewish, someone puts you straight into management, even though you don't qualify. But generally, karma is karma, and if you took high birth and someone puts you in management just because you're a Jew and you suck at it, it's not going to last that long. I don't know if that's what you meant.
Yeah, I mean, it more or less answered the question. I was just wondering if just by being Jewish, just the relationship would make you high birth. But yeah, I agree for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, like, if you're in university, like if you're a Jew, you got the Hillel House, you got Chabad, you have all these organizations that you're basically automatically a member of just because you're Jewish. So, that's going to, we call it like being high birth, that like if you're Palestinian and you got nothing, as where you're a Jew and there's 10 different clubs on campus that you're automatically a member of just by birth. So I mean, that's essentially like taking high birth, that you have paths laid out for you to go straight into management. But at the end of the day, the right person is going to be chosen for the job. So even if there's all these free loan societies and institutes that are meant to help Jews advance in life that don't exist for for other people, at the end of the day, by the time you reach management, it's going to be result based. That all the training and all the benefits that are there, you're eventually going to have to produce the result. And if you can't produce the result, you're not going to be able to maintain status among the elites, because the elites saying like, if I have a business and I decide to hook up a person just because they're Jewish and they run my business into the ground, I would rather hire a non-Jew that knows how to run my business so that my business doesn't get run into the ground. Otherwise, I'm going to have no business.
What is the best way for me to advance my karma and to get sort of a inertia going?
All around hard work. I'm saying educationally, people skill, like hit the gym, work out, maintain good health, try to have good karma, be good to people, be nice to people, try to create good karma, like volunteer, help people out when you can. Spend your spare time reading, educating yourself. Like just the basic karma. Basically, you have to study karma to know what good karma is. And from the Hindu perspective, you want to be in the mode of goodness, not the modes of passion or ignorance. So when you find yourself slipping into passion or ignorance, you got to stop yourself and try to be in the mode of goodness. And as long as you're in the mode of goodness, you're generally going to be progressing, even though, depending on your result. You say you want to be a doctor, if you want to be, some things are zero sum. Like not everyone could be a millionaire, not everyone could be president, only one person could be president. But like a lot of people could become doctors, a lot of people could become, professionals, a lot of people could enter management. So if you're in the mode of goodness, you'll probably be able to enter management. And even if you're born to a management class, if you accept like being Jewish is, Jews aren't the only management class. Like most management aren't Jews, but if you're born into management and under any circumstance, stay in the mode of goodness, because if you fall into the mode of passion or ignorance, you could lose your status. You could have a trust fund and you could blow it. You could have good standing with the law and break the law, and then have a permanent criminal record. God forbid, you could, treat people poorly and get beat up really badly and suffer permanent injuries. God forbid, there's countless factors that, say, but basically you need a way to measure karma and to have good karma, not bad karma. You agree with that, Jen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed I was superfluous to this whole conversation. I've been tuned out for a while.
I mean, just the generic good advice for how to, have a good life.
I just don't understand the point of this conversation. So I'm just a bit baffled at the whole premise of it. So that's why I'm trying to get a grip on the point of the
He was talking about karma, and he was talking about Hinduism.
Yeah, I mean, just an average guy from the chat. Man, I didn't want to grill the guy to give me his whole background, or like how he. I mean,
so the fact that I'm not cited as the expert on karma shows absolute terrible understanding of what karma is, right? And then divergence from that is like denial on levels inconceivable to me. So I'd love to rejoin the convo, but it's hard to do.
How do I increase my karma, Jennifer?
That's a complicated question. In order to answer it, I'd have to figure out what your karma is right now.
We're saying your good karma.
Then figure out just your how you could marginally improve it, because according to medicine, it is unadvisable to try to make rapid changes. So have to figure out where it is to figure out where you can nudge it upwards.
So you want to increase your good karma and decrease your bad karma. And I mean, some systems you don't want to even increase your, but saying like you don't, that bad behavior you want to limit.
That's not even true, right? Like in Buddhism, you don't want that. In yoga, you don't want that. It's like you're telling your own hot take that really has nothing to do. Like I'm kind of feeling like Judas right now, only with Hinduism. A bit.
Yeah, I'm taking a more Judaic approach, where I would advise towards generic, recognizable material success, that you should be able to find a good wife and have a good livelihood and build up respect in the community. And like a more Hindu system might be, you should avoid good karma also, that you should just kind of want to be off the grid and out of the system. That like Doooovid is going to advise you on how to enter management, and Jennifer is going to advise you to how to live in a cave.
Mm-hmm. Right. I feel like this is like trying to bait me to say something.
Are you disagreeing? Are you saying that?
Like, this conversation. I disagree with the premise, I guess.
I mean, that giving advice for someone how to enter management is a negative in the first place. That you wouldn't do such a thing.
Don't know where I said that. So yeah, Socratic method. is not a validated way of knowledge. So it's a great way to get to the sort of bare bones of something. But if you continue with Socratic inquisition once you've already been answered to the bare bones, you're into bad faith. So people think they could continue Socratizing for all time and that means something, but it's just like, no, it's just wasting time. It doesn't actually give you anything other than the illusion that you're smarter.
Or at least the illusion that you're trying to find
in the chat, right? It's repellent behavior. What's going on in the chat? It's like, how selfish can you be?
Well, I think the Socratic method has to assume that the person going through the process is eventually going to enter power. So the power differential has to be there, and it's not just like a person enjoys taking the abuse for no good reason, that the person
this is ridiculous. Okay, you've already been ranting about this stuff for a really long time. Can we please not make the conversation about taking political power? I'm really just sick of that. And this martyr shit, I'm really sick of that conversation. Please. It's nothing to do literally with anything. What's the concept?
Well, we're talking about the Socratic method. It's saying the end of the Socratic method is
so don't start Socratizing me in the middle of it. I just said
the reason a person endures the Socratic method is because power is at the end of the tunnel. Like I said in law school, that after you finish law school, you're going to be a lawyer. So it was worth enduring the suffering of freshman law school class in the Socratic method, because once you make it through, you're going to be a lawyer.
Right.
So you wouldn't just endure. I mean, Socrates in the olden days, maybe people are altruistic and they endured the Socratic method just to understand better. But in contemporary use, you endure the Socratic method because you're going to gain something at the end for enduring it. So you want people that are going to endure the Socratic method just to become a little bit more wise. And that maybe is in the nature of how Socrates did it, where he was just on street corners.
Yeah, exactly. You're presupping that it makes you more wise. I'm saying, that's incorrect, actually.
Well, and then
I can look at the periodic table and be like, there's your Socratic periodic table. And then there's the real one.
I quoted the movie Hoosiers.
Tête carré is what it's called in French.
Do you ever see Hoosiers, Crab? Or are you're too young, you never even saw Hoosiers?
No. No, I have not seen it.
Have you seen Hoosiers, Andrew?
No, I've never seen it.
There's like a boomer movie of the Indiana high school team from a rural area that becomes state champions. It's notably thought of as the best sports movie ever among boomers, but people like you never even heard of it. But I said that generally the system, like in the Army, is you have to break the person down in order to build them up, that the person has ideas about what it means to be successful and they're wrong. So the first thing you have to do is completely break down everything in the person. It was like, basketball, like the Hoosiers is through doing these, there's like painful exercises that are just painful to endure. And, seems pointless, like the Karate Kid or something like that, where you got to spend hours, wax on, wax off, believing that you're going to walk out eventually knowing how to do karate. And, after hundreds of hours of painting fences, that eventually you're going to know karate. But it's saying like, you have to break the person down. And once you broke the person down, then you could build them up in the proper way. So that is the essence of the Socratic method, that you get the person to tell you what they think, so you can be like, wrong, only a stupid
I think it's to
idiot
get to the heart of an
that.
idea.
And then you think, well, you just asked me what I think.
An idea. I don't think it's to break a person down necessarily. I just think it's to get to the center.
I think it's a good analogy. I mean, you break down a person's argument and you provide your own argument, and hopefully you both come together and you build up a better theory.
Yeah,
at least I think that's what it would mean in practice.
Not a thing, right?
Steps.
Like you're presupposing Hegelianism, the Hegelian dialectic. It's like, I can disprove that because that's not how it works. Because reality is one thing. Uno.
The Socratic method.
Your philosophy is dreadful. Dreadful.
I mean, the Socratic method is a two-part process, where the first part is the demonstration that however you currently look at it is wrong. And then the second part is teaching you the correct way of looking at it, but it presupposes two levels to it. So first, it's good that you have a way of thinking about it, because if you never thought about it, maybe you can't be built up. But the first thing, I got to know what you think, and then I'm going to demonstrate that whatever you think is wrong, and then I'm going to teach you the correct way to look at it. So that's why, no one wants to go through the Socratic method, because the first part of it is demonstrating what you currently think is wrong. And, Jennifer looking at it, for some person that doesn't even have the right answer, why would she go through the Socratic method with someone who doesn't even have the right answer at the end of the tunnel? And that's why I kept on mentioning.
It's one of the most offensive things I've ever seen in this life.
Well, that's why I kept on mentioning the power differential, is saying the reason you endure the Socratic method is because they're, at the end of the day, you're going to enter power. That, when you go into law school and they ask you what you think, and the professor's wrong. I can't believe you're such an idiot. How could someone possibly even thought that? And then, but at the end of the day, they're going to teach you the correct way to think, and then you're going to be a lawyer. And, if it's medicine or any of the fields in the Western university system that basically use that system of enticing you to say what you think, and then publicly demonstrating in front of everybody what an idiot you are for thinking that, and then walking you to the process of understanding correct thinking.
I guess I feel a lot better about this now. Thanks for letting me vent, everyone. I was taking it a little more personally, and then I realized, well, everybody's just been, kind of hypnotized into this. So I'm sure they didn't mean to hurt my feelings when they did it.
Well, I mean, they did, because they believe that's how it has to work. I mean, because it's like, you guys haven't even seen
some
Hoosier.
Sick in the head, fucked up, self-destructo shit. But okay.
Has anyone in the chat seen Hoosiers? I mean, like my dad probably saw Hoosiers 100 times. Like, if my dad was at home right now and Hoosiers was on the TV, he would probably watch it. But like, it's a boomer type thing, and it's saying the system is built that people think that they're helping you by showing you what an idiot you are, and it's somewhat like the Greek competitive system of like the Olympics, where it's competition, and you get better by taking a beating, and that's why it's supposed to be painful. You're supposed to be publicly, Socratic method necessitates publicly embarrassing you by demonstrating in front of everyone what an idiot you are. But it's not just some sort of masochistic activity. The goal is to teach a person correct thinking. But
I'm sure it is. I'm sure that's the intention.
The preposition is that you could only learn correct thinking by having your previous incorrect thoughts broken down. And it's like a good coach, like, Doooovid coaches chess. Like, I yell at people, if you're one of my, better students, and like, I'm basically a pretty nice guy, but like, I'll yell at you, and it was like, wrong, saying like, no, that's just wrong. Like, what the hell are you thinking? And because in essence, you're saying you believe that I'm trying to help you. And, by you say, okay, chess is the type thing. It's like money, where you say, okay, this guy has a rating, a certain level of accomplishment, where maybe you're going to listen to the person as, the power differential, like a professor, like your employer, where you would accept that they have something to offer you, and you would be willing to go through a process where they're going to just call you an idiot, where they're going to be like, what the hell are you thinking? That's the dumbest crap I've ever heard in my life. No wonder you're such a failure.
It sounds awful, doesn't it?
I've had that told, like, no, I'm saying that's what, like, every single person I've ever worked for was like to me. I'm saying no, I'm saying I worked in the city. I was in Jerusalem, in New York. I've worked in, stocks, in real estate, even in Detroit, and basically everyone treated me like that. It's like and I don't blame them. I'm not against them, because there is benefit. Like the Talmud says, good wheat you hit hard, and so if you have a good student that we're not talking about like
what happens when the wheat hits back?
Because the student isn't there to hit back. I mean, so okay, like if a student goes on to beat me at chess,
so I've been Socratized all this time, and now I get a grudge. Now what?
because it's a method. It's not saying that the goal isn't to, well, to some extent you could say to break down the person in terms like a Judaic Musar understanding or like a Buddhist Hindu. It's the destruction of the ego. So saying I'm helping you by destroying your ego and your false ego. Like you don't know who you are.
LARPing as a sage, basically.
Yeah, you don't know who you are.
That's the worst karma thing you can do.
Well,
LARPing as a sage is the worst karma thing you can do. I'll repeat that because it's important. You'll incur all the curses of the universe to do that.
Well, okay, it's dangerous to use negative energy to destroy a person's false ego. So if you think you're doing a favor by destroying a person's false ego, what are you going to have after you've destroyed the person's false ego? You say, well, and I only destroyed your false ego because really I believed in you and I wanted to build you up into a better person. But the only way for me to help you become a better person was to destroy your false ego. But you run the risk that
don't say that. Don't say that because that's even more offensive because that's an excuse. And then it's like a justification trying to minimize the harm of something without taking responsibility. Don't double down like that.
I don't know.
You don't care about getting cursed.
I don't know if it's feminine. I'm saying Crab or Andrew, did you have, these type, I don't know what type of background or what type of successes and failures, if you ever competed or had coaches. I was mentioning like my debate coach in 9th grade yelled at me. My chess coach yelled at me. My dad yelled at me. My teachers yelled at me. That was the method that almost all of my superiors used, is they yelled at me and they humiliated me. But a lot of them had good intentions and did it because they wanted to see improvement and they thought the best method to try to help me become a better person was to yell at me.
I never got yelled at almost, except for maybe my uncle, but he's just a very passionate person,
Yeah, but for me, this has been my experience. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my dad was this way. I've had teachers that were this way. My coach at the gym was this way. I think it's very efficient. As far as spiritually and karmically, I think Jin makes a good point. I mean, it is sort of satanic, I think in Kabbalah they say that the Sitra Akra. I mean, you're certainly using that energy to achieve an end. But yeah, I mean, I think certainly you could break somebody down in the hopes of building them back up into something better and end up breaking them beyond repair. I mean, if it was really, depending on the context. But yeah, I mean, my father was very hard on me. He used, a criticism to a very high extent, and I think I'm better for it. But I can certainly admit that he could have been so critical to an extent that it could have broke me, and it wouldn't have been.
At a certain point, I stopped taking anything they said seriously due to their bad judgment.
I'm not really sure what that means.
Criticize everything. If you're going to criticize everything, you're a fucking. You have no discernment. You have bad discernment. I'm not going to learn off someone who can't not criticize things. I'm going to dismiss everything they say, even if that person gave birth to me or was one of my parents or whatever, But in terms of trusting someone to make those kinds of moral judgments, people assume they can make moral judgments because they criticize people. That is itself an immoral premise. So repellent.
Yeah, I think
Breaks my heart to even think about.
Right. Let me tell this one story and then I'll take a break and let Jennifer take over if you guys want to go. And I heard this very young, now it was maybe like 12, 14. And I heard this from an Israeli chess coach in America. And he told a story when he was in the Israeli army that he had a commander that was just really tough on him. And, he thought just, gave him the raw end of the deal and was unfair to him. And eventually, like a year or two later, he got promoted over his commander. And the first thing he did, he called him out and he yelled at him. He's like, I'm going to whip your ass in front of all of these people. And then he looked in his eye and he saw that he was scared and he took mercy on him. And that whatever reason, he thought that this guy was unfair to him and was just, using him, as his punching bag. And then when he was eventually over him, he was going to extract revenge on him. And he saw the guy was scared. and decide to take mercy on him. And I think I've told that story over a few times. I think it's a reasonable lesson and way to look at things, is saying your dad probably wasn't out to get you. Your dad probably had no ill will towards you. Even your coach or teachers, they were just doing the best they could to rear us and to prepare us for the world. And they were probably acting with us the way that the world acted with them. Saying like, son, there's a lot of people who don't like me and try to do really bad things to them. You're going to have to be strong to survive in this world. So I'm just preparing you for this tough world. And then you take mercy upon people and you say, okay, like, I'm going to teach you how to fight, by beating you up, God forbid. And I hope that when you become stronger than me, you're not going to come and try to give me a whooping, that you're going to see that I was really trying to help you and I'm the guy who helped you become strong, and you're going to take mercy on me and not going to try to use that strength to extract revenge from me. And you could say it's unfortunate that that's the system that I was brought up into, that my professor at University of Michigan, look like basically we're slaves and we get beatings. And eventually you work hard, you'll be a slave master, you'll be the one giving the beatings. And you could try to think that you're like, eventually when I get through the system, I'm going to be a good slave master. I'm not going to get beatings. But
you have to know how to dominate, and you haven't learned how, if all you've been doing is taking a fucking beating, right? So now you have no basis of knowledge other than giving beatings, unless you somehow learned how to dominate in some other way.
Harsh condition of the material world. And if you're altruistically trying to help people, but you're saying it's a really hard world out there, and if you're not strong, you're going to be destroyed. So I'm helping you by destroying you because I'm nice to you. Like, the guy who's not so nice, he's just going to finish you without mercy. But like, I'm just gonna I'm gonna have a little bit of mercy on you because I'm trying to help you. And that's basically the system that most people are brought up in. And you try like to be exceptionally merciful, and generally, I took that principle that I don't want to cause other people to suffer, and I want to the ahimsa principle. You come onto the ahimsa principle and decrease suffering, but saying in a world where everybody's suffering, decreasing suffering isn't necessarily that clear. Saying is
holding a space to allow for people to have conversations that enable them to come to certain realizations on their own. It's like a karmic acceleration. It's like you reframe it, and to see as originally you see it yourself sort of as a victim of circumstance. Through the reframe, you see how your own attitude on the thing can engender more and more changes.
Well, you mentioned the gym.
Outcome.
And I went to the coach. I was trained by Israeli army guys in Brooklyn, and he called me a wimp. I remember, like, I was lifting, and I paid. I was making good money then, and I paid for training, and like I was hurting everywhere, and the guy was like, just a few more, and he was straight up. He was like, Doooovid, you're weak, and he was right. Like, I was weak, and like, he pushed me, and I got strong. And a few other people, they pushed me and they told me, like, you're weak. Like, whatever you think is good enough, it's not good enough. And he pushed me harder, even though it hurt. And at least he didn't give me a beating. He just took my money and called me a wimp. But he was right. And, maybe if he hadn't pushed me, I would have just given him my money and I would have done a few reps and I only would have got a little bit stronger. But he was, straight up like, you're weak. And, so like the gym is probably a good example for that, type training. And even intellectually, saying like, coaching chess or various things, the guys that could take being yelled at are usually the ones that went on to become quite good. The people that get all crying or, like, oh, you can't yell at me, like didn't advance the same as the people that were capable of, saying like, no, give me some more. Like tell me what's really wrong. And but to take the ahimsa principle seriously, where you're not causing people harm for no reason, and if you are causing people harm, that it has to be guarded and with caution. So if you're in the gym training a person, or you're actually teaching someone to fight, or you're trying to teach someone to be a lawyer, it's like, look, you're going to be representative of the court of law with murderers and thieves. You need to be strong. You're not going to be able to get away with the stupid crap you have in your head that you try to pass for logic. And so you have to go through the Socratic method to actually come out the other side as a lawyer or a doctor, saying that you're going to be a doctor, and eventually you're going to pass the test, and you're actually going to be a doctor. There's going to be people who have your life in their hands, and there's no fooling around. And I will break down your false ego, or you're not going to become a doctor. You're not going to pass the test. I'm sorry. So I actually got some more food, so I'll let Jennifer take over and eat a little bit.
Hey guys.
You had mentioned earlier some thoughts on social inversion and how that maybe wasn't necessarily a good thing.
No, I said social inversion is not a thing. Moral inversion is. And I was asking you to accelerate the point of your convo, and you said social inversion. So, and unless you're talking about just like literally being a pigeon on a checkerboard, I don't know what the heck you're saying. No.
That's more or less what I'm saying, I suppose. I mean, we are but pigeons.
Well, maybe you are, but that's an obscenely absurd thing to say.
All right, I am. I won't speak for you, but I am but a pigeon standing on a great chessboard, and I think that certain social inversions are overdue, or moral inversions, if you want to call them that.
Well, there is moral inversion now, and it should be reverted to being good. Because as it stands now, it's self-destructive.
The notion of moral inversion reminds me of Rasputin, or the Jewish sage Shabtai Zvi, and his his later reincarnation, or so he claims, Yaakov Frank. And it's a very spiritual, very esoteric idea that through the dogmatism of religion, we are conditioned in such a way that restricts the soul. And through the inversion of morality, you can actually free your soul. This is a very popular idea in a lot of esoteric.
How's that working out?
I think it's very high spirituality. I think it's it's sort of revoking
Got anything to show for it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It'd be anecdotal, but yeah, I mean, personally, we talk about the elite.
Well, we both know anecdotes in this type of demonstration are absolutely not admissible.
I think
naturally, you only have an anecdote to challenge my anecdote, so I don't know what authority.
I have the quantum periodic table. That is not an anecdote.
Yeah, but I don't know what that has to do with anything what we're talking about.
It's about who has the fit to interpret reality as a master. I've got all the cred versus a bunch of claims which can't be succeeded.
I deny that notion. That makes zero sense to me.
Which I already knew anyway. So really, I'm just doing it as a demonstration for everybody else. Yes, do you want to talk a big game? No, you can't back it up.
No, I'm not talking about
when someone talks a big game, usually it's because they can't back it up, and it's because there's some sort of stall tactic to get you not to realize that they can't back it up.
Well, I don't. I mean, you didn't give me a chance to back it up. You just sort of you went on the defense, which is strange because I wasn't on the offense. I wasn't really attacking you in any way. But yeah, no, I completely.
Really, what was going on in the chat? That's not antagonistic or anything.
No, you're right. You're right. No, fair enough. It was antagonistic, but that was in response to what I thought was
Europeans
inappropriate
have
behavior.
To be ruined by Christianity before I can take offense to it being promoted?
Come again, sir.
How many Europeans have to be ruined by Christianity before I can take offense to it being promoted?
Yeah, but fair enough. But how many souls have to be saved? You know what I mean? It
can't
goes back
save them from reincarnation.
Yeah, but again, what proof?
Again,
personally, I believe in reincarnation, but again, it's just
right.
like we're just going in circles,
So why aren't you telling the Christians about it then?
Well, if I recall, I wasn't really even talking to you when I was talking about Christianity. I was talking to the other people in chat.
But if you believe in reincarnation, don't you feel morally compelled to make sure the Christians understand that their religion is telling them a complete version of what's really going to happen when they die? Because, like,
but
to me, that's what morality is feeling super bad that people are misled about things and wanting to correct their confusion. But if you don't see it that way, and you see it some other way.
Well, first of all, morality is just it's the notion of right and wrong. But again, in chat, I also
you're saying that as if I don't already know it, right? So it's
no,
like,
of course. This is for me to make my further point. I'm trying. I said that as an introductory. That wasn't me talking down to you or anything like that. But in my thing, I mentioned that you conflated all of Christianity, or rather, I should say, mainstream or dogmatic Christianity, with what I believe in personally.
Which to do that because they conflated.
It is your prerogative. I agree. But
as shit.
But I wasn't talking about that.
And idolatry and something
talking about that.
Killed en masse as Skythopolis. Right. So I don't forget that. I have the memory of a elephant. I want to know, when's the apology going to be forthcoming and the acceptance of reincarnation by everybody coming forth? Because I'm waiting for it. I'm getting kind of grouchy that it hasn't come forth. So if people are wondering why is Jen in such a bad mood, it's like maybe it's partly that. And then I'm still being railroaded as if I'm the one doing evil here. Yeah.
No,
there's no argument against that, right? And you
I'm not trying to argue. My point isn't to argue, but I would just point out like a flaw in your line
anybody pushing. Exactly. You want to point out flaws. That is itself the flaw. You want to point out a flaw in something perfect? That's pretty dumb, isn't it?
My turn.
Think about that for a minute.
Is it my turn?
What kind of judgment is that? A good judgment or bad?
Right. So we were talking about morality, and this was my point before you interrupted me. This is the notion of good and bad. So when I saw that you were acting in such a way, you claimed yourself. You said, "Oh, she's a bad Buddha. What she's acting like that." Also, obviously, you have some level of self-awareness to where
I said it was a bad Buddha. That doesn't sound like something I would say at all.
No, you just now said you were like saying as if you were talking from like a third person. Like, oh, she's such a bad Buddhist. Like, oh, why is she acting this way? Like, she should be promoting reincarnation and
talking. Can you just back the crazy train up a couple stops here? Because I have no clue what you're talking about. I want to talk about physics. I want to talk about consciousness, waveform reductions. There was a literal conference. Like, this is so not the This is such a what is this? A 13-year-old girl sleepover party? This is reminding me of those combos. Congrats.
Yeah, so then you just go into like insulting and just being very obnoxious and talking over people and putting on the show.
And you're in this vibe of thinking you can judge me, and that's where
I'm not even judging. You're judging me. I'm not even. I'm giving you my point.
Oh, you need to let go of the judgment of me. You need to.
We're not impressed by your opinion.
You're
not obnoxious. It's very emotionally inclined.
It's humiliating.
I'm trying to offer a different opinion. A different perspective.
Let that go. You have nothing to teach me.
So you've insulted me. You've made a value judgment against me on what authority?
You've insulted
me. You have
and now I'm putting you in your place, and you want to. You really want to have the upper hand, don't you?
And you have a blog.
You really
need to have. And we all got to know about it. And
you really need to have the upper hand, don't you? You're not comfortable unless you have the upper hand, and you want to assume it whether you deserve it or not. Is that good or evil? Because I think I have an idea as to whether it's good or evil. So you need to control yourself, and if I'm talking, you need to shut your hole. Do you understand that, Andrew M?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I understand it. Just I wasn't able to get any word in and say anything because I was constantly interrupted.
Shut up when I'm talking. That's what you need to learn to do for starters. It's called self-control. Andrew, self-control, Andrew. Glad to make your introduction. Moving on. I really feel like nobody here has read anything I've written yet. Feels like they can come on and judge
I haven't
It's kind of like start with an actual reading of the Book of Jen, and then blow me. You know what I'm saying? You've got nothing, and you want to meta-analyze my personality for all time. It's like this is what makes people famous. It's like, well, this batching is what's going to make me famous. It's like, but I thought you didn't want that. Stick to the ideas. Like we haven't talked a single idea this entire show. We haven't even talked about the consciousness conference barely.
Well, I was more interested in what Doovid had to say.
Yeah,
so
okay,
I was
whatever.
Depending on what Doovid was saying, I was really interested.
The premise of your authority over me is never going to be validated.
I'm not claiming authority.
Counter-proven it You have counter-proven any chance of ever having authority over me. Is that clear enough? I have a checklist. If somebody knocks one thing off the checklist, there's never a chance I could ever respect their opinion. Ever. You've already knocked like minimum 3 or 4 off that list. And I have
That's fair. That's fair.
So
Right.
can you
It just
that?
right. It just seems very narcissistic to me.
Ideas? Exactly. It's like back to judging me. It's like, okay,
right.
Dr.
I mean, I feel like we're
Phil,
both judging each other at this point.
the implication is that you're fit to judge me. You aren't.
I feel like
the idea that you think that you could is I'm telling you, you have this Socratic mental illness here. You can't get out. You're stuck in that mode of like, but you're a narcissist.
I disagree
it's like,
that the Socratic method.
I'm annoyed that you like can't get off talking about me and I'm the narcissist.
I'm not.
I want to talk about ideas.
Talk about
that are coherent.
I was talking to Dave, and then we started talking about morality, and then I started talking about spiritualism and the inversion of morality, and you started attacking my ideas, and you started interrupting me, and then you insisted that I was doing that to you, and you keep saying that I have no authority.
Wow.
I mean, maybe the chat can talk
Listen
about it. Maybe
to yourself. Like, honestly, it's like I just feel like I'm talking to my little sister right now.
Again, so you've
she
made
could never wear me down to get the moral high ground presumption over me. You think you will?
I'm not trying to wear you down. I'm trying to have
You think the manner in which you are speaking to me is going to cause anything other than the arousal of scorn?
If it's okay, if it's okay, I don't want to speak to you anymore.
I would like to keep it to ideas rather than you trying to gerrymander some means as to judge my personality, feat you couldn't possibly accomplish in 10,000 years.
That long?
What is wrong with just saying I'm sorry? Like I can say
because I think it's.
I'm sorry. I'm a piece of garbage. Okay, you're a piece of garbage. Can we move on and just try to have a little self-control?
So you've insulted me again, but I'm not allowed to insult the.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is just very emotional, volatile
Let's see your period. Do you have a periodic table?
I don't have a periodic table because I think that's nonsense.
The ability to pass judgment on that level. You have no periodic table? Thank you. Come again. Try next time when you have one. Understand? Capiche? I didn't come here to be submitted to some type of weird Sigmund Freud intellectual dissertation. It's my whole point. I reject the premise of the Socratic method on this basis. Where is the conversation even going? Like, have you ever
if you'd let me speak, I imagine it would start moving forward a little bit.
Tell me one thing you've ever learned in this manner of inquisition.
What do you mean? I mean, like okay, David, like Doovid was saying, that this song. Pardon?
I asked a question. I'm just saying, as you stalled, I was just calling you out on the fact that you were stalling.
You asked a question that I wanted to answer, and then you interrupted me.
And he rubs off on me sometimes. Detroit, represent. Even though I've only been there like once, like, I kind of feel like it was something. And Doovid.
I have to point out that Doovid almost laughed there, and that's very inappropriate because you were trying to invoke laughter into him, and you know his on that. No, I'm joking. That's a joke. Obviously, I'm joking. Obviously, you can identify that I'm joking.
I didn't even hear what you said. Okay, I don't even care. I'm just gonna tune you out. If you want to be a bumhead, you can be a bumhead. But I ignore bumheads at some point. It's like I'll give you a chance, but if you act bumheadishly, eventually I'm just gonna be like, F off. I have to spend my time and efforts and energies and love and care on people who aren't buttheads.
Okay, so this whole channel is
about. Don't presup that you can judge my ass, yo. Yeah.
Are we supposed to debate? Or do we just listen to what you have to say?
There's a lot of things that can happen. A lot of different wonderful, magical, mystical, marvelous things.
What are you talking? You're a mad woman.
You getting a one-up on me with the Socratic method ain't one of them.
You're a crazy person.
Jennifer is channeling T-Jump here. This is now the debate me. This is the open debate me. Jennifer's open challenge to the viewers to debate her so she can T-jump you.
It's occurred to me that I've said a lot of things. You've said a lot. Oh, okay, Doovid's walking away. I wanted to get Doovid's hot take on the situation. But fair enough. I'll just say now that I have a little bit of time to room, if you'll allow it. My understanding is that when people are having a conversation, you say something, when I'm saying something, or I make something that you might perceive as an insult, or, a judgment of value of some sort. It's not the case. I'm not assuming any type of authority to judge you, but you understand, the concept of free speech and having open discussion, open debate, as we were talking about through the soccer, I mean, it's just, this is common sense. This is a very common practice. I mean,
I don't believe in anything with the word free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So stop with your, $12 words and trying to baffle me with some bullshit. The point stands. The more you try to undermine it, the more it's just going to be like cringe. Come on.
I mean, come on, that's rich coming from you, cringe. I mean, come on. But anyways, but what I'm saying is, we're trying to get to a point here. I
I've
mean,
been saying that's rich since I was
if everybody assumed this authority that you are claimed to have, how would we have any type of conversation?
That is what's happening, and that is why we can't have a conversation. It's the power of
we all just have to bow down to your authority?
Everybody's assuming I have the authority to do the Socratic method, and the truth is that nobody has the authority to do the Socratic method.
You're just a person. We're on a level. We're on like a level playing field here, and we're expressing
ideas. You want to
ideas.
assume the moral high ground. You want to assume the right to judge me on a moral basis.
I just told you the opposite. I just said we're on a level playing ground.
But yet you want to pass moral judgment on me.
How many times have you passed moral judgment on me? The only difference is you claim the authority. I don't claim the authority.
Pick one. Pick one.
I mean, this is lunacy.
Yeah, I think your opinion is inconsistent with itself, and you are suffering from some degree of lunacy because you think you're going to change
I haven't
my
really
mind,
been able
which
to
is
talk.
hilarious.
It's just sort of like a shit throwing conversation back and forth. There's just
now you know how I feel about the way you talk.
You haven't given me the opportunity to talk.
You haven't
because
said
you only
anything.
want to talk
what
about
you want to do
ideas.
is latch onto my neck and suck my blood. How about you
I don't even
make
want
an
to
actual
talk to
point
you.
about whatever?
Frankly,
You don't have a point because you don't have a point. That's the point. What are you even on this stream for? Why are you here? What do you want to talk about? Nothing.
I mean, usually I just click away. When you start talking, I like to listen to what Doooovid has to say.
Sure. Well, I guess he's not here right now.
Yeah, well, anyways, I mean, we were making some point. We were talking about moral inversion, and I was making a point, but I was interrupted by you. So it just kind of, that's the prime example of, you're not allowing conversation. You come from this point of, being very tyrannical and authoritative, and you just say, this is how it is.
You're a tyrant, but a petty tyrant. I'm a leader. There's a difference between a petty tyrant and a benevolent leader.
This was like that Amy Newman show from the other week that I said was a disaster. I think Theo, was like, I talk and you listen. And it said like the interfaith where it's all preachers and no choir, it's no pews, and just everyone wants to pretend, God forbid, like the rabbinic story where the guy is just keeps on speaking and speaking until nobody, there's only one guy left, and then the guy eventually turns to the one guy who's left there, is like, everyone else left, why you're the only one left, why are you still here? And the guy's like, I'm the next speaker. And when it comes like that, it's like everyone's like asserting, they want to assert themselves, where I will be the one talking and you will be the one listening because I am awesome and I am great and you are nothing. And if there will be a conversation, it will be me telling you useful things. It will not be you telling me useful things. And, like, God forbid, those are disasters. King Solomon, a wise man learns more from a fool than a fool learns from the wise man. I learn things from basically every people I interact with, even imbeciles. And, how do you have a productive conversation where there's a give and take and an interaction and also the establishment of expertise where there is like, okay, every dog has its day, every person has their place, and presumably every person has an area of knowledge and experience where they excel over me or the other people at, and so you establish that to a point where it makes sense that you are talking and I'm listening. And when I'm talking, it makes sense that I'm talking, you are listening. and then also just the pleasantries and nicety of the initial exchange of information, feeling each other out, of just like, who is this person, what are their axioms, what is their area of expertise, to move into what does it make sense that that I'm talking and they're listening, or they're talking and everyone else is listening.
Right, but the problem is she just completely.
When you're telling like there's a problem, like and you've deciphered, you've psychoanalyzed that there's this woman, she has a problem, and you're the one who's going to point it out to everybody. So you came
You're
here to tell
always getting
everyone
sucked into the ego that I don't have.
I'm willing to concede if really you both feel this way. I really don't feel like I've taken this role. I really can't.
I just mean like to say in general, the problem with you is that like that's not really a good conversation. Started like, what the problem with you is like, no, I don't want to know what the problem with me is.
Right. So can I ask, in this analogy of Kathy Newman, who is taking up this
Amy
role? Because Amy Newman, my apologies. You've been here long enough. No, am I taking up this role?
It was another stream. I was just saying where it's a whole bunch of micro streamers, and they're all trying to command the audience, command the show to be talking, and everyone kind of wants to go into these long monologues or these long preaching, and all the other people are basically no, I want to be the one talking. I don't really care what you have to say. I'm just waiting for my turn to talk. And it's kind of a sign of bad character, but it's common. And communication breakdown, communication failure, but yeah, usually comes from you know what your problem is like, no, like I did not invite you on my channel for you to tell me what my problem is. And even like conversationally, like it's usually not a good conversation starter. What your problem is.
Yeah, it's like mirror. Look in a mirror. Look in a mirror.
I do often.
Would you want to be spoken to that way? No. Why are you doing it to me?
Because I think it's good for debate. Frankly, I wouldn't speak to anyone the way that you speak to people, but I'm not trying to divide
just. More passing judgment, more missing the point. It's like, how many times are we going to miss the point?
In all fairness,
somebody
I don't think I'm missing the
talk to this
point.
guy, please.
I'm not missing the point. I reject your notion of authority. The only authority you have is the fact that this is your channel. So, and that's it. You say, hey, this is my authority, this is my channel, and you say and do what I want you to do. But you're not even claiming that. You're claiming that you have intellectual and spiritual superiority, and you're saying, so this is how it is.
Where did I say that?
I mean, let's be fair. I mean, you clearly insinuated with how you speak to people. I mean, are you going to
I didn't say it anymore. We're going to kick it back to I insinuated it. Interesting. So
okay. Well, first of all, So I'll give you an example. I've been listening for months, on and off, and I believe you said you're the reincarnation of some mighty, Hindu or Buddhist, and you've said it multiple times that your authority is very well established, and other people haven't approved their authority. Haven't proved their authorities. So I mean, I don't think that's intellectually dishonest for me to say that. I think you've made it very clear that's how you feel. That you have a superiority, intellectual, spiritual, and otherwise, and everybody else should sort of tiptoe around you as to not offend you or to say anything that doesn't align with what you have to say. I mean, I'll listen. I'm gonna rewatch this and kind of see how everything turned out, how it got to this point. But I mean, it really seems like you sort of just derailed the conversation and got hyper emotional.
I derailed the conversation.
I feel like it was the case. I do feel like that was the case. Maybe
you're projecting. It's very.
I usually say I don't like to reciprocate bad behavior. It's like Jennifer maybe has a tendency, in my impression, to reciprocate bad behavior. And you have a communication failure, communication breakdown, because people are just reciprocating bad behavior to each other, and whatever reason you have that communication failure and breakdown, maybe the conversation didn't got off on the wrong to the wrong start, and then you start with conflict, and then it escalates, and there's a way to de-escalate. And then there's going to come down to attacking, like what your problem is, because we're talking about the Socratic method. Saying like, no, I'm trying to help you. I'm going to help you by thrashing you because that's my method of helping you.
Yeah, and I completely agree.
Thank you at the end.
It just sort of because there was like 2 or 3 topics we wanted to get into, but I was stopped every way, so it just felt like me sort of conceding or not judging or not trying to make the matters worse by kind of tiptoeing around her.
You should be coming on here and asking questions and pretty much nothing else, because that's the deal. Moral authorities conferred by others. Largely don't speak on my own moral authority.
Okay. I mean, fair enough.
Intellectual authority is blog. Bloggity blog blog. You know, the thing nobody can argue against because it's all right.
Yeah, I'm more a conversationalist. I don't need people to ask me questions, and like I like management, so like I could just look at mutual beneficial relationships in terms of material self-gain. And if it's not even like knowledge or just like networking, so yeah, I'm generally more of a conversationalist than Jennifer. And I could skip
but you say you hate chill streams, so you're really a monologuer, a serial monologuer, because you don't like conversations, because that's what happens on chill streams.
It seems like you're making a value judgment on Doovid.
I don't like small talk, but like I don't mind networking. I don't mind useful exchange of information. Small talk.
One man's small talk is another man's most important thing of the day. So, what is small talk, right? Like going in circles about a bunch of stuff could be argued small talk.
I also don't mind being nice. Generally, I can be pretty nice to people the first interactions. Like if there's no, like the person hasn't introduced himself as a foe, that generally, I don't mind just being nice to people the first few interactions and encouraging, generally that if you go your first time streaming, we didn't even ask you any questions about like who you are, what type, like streaming background, do you have your own channel, what type of content do you watch? I mean, just kind of like basic week in review questions, like who are you, where'd you come from, what are your interests, like what are you trying to get out of streaming, like is this your first time on a stream, or are you on other streams, and if so, which ones?
I've only been on your stream a couple times. I've been on a few other streams, or just one actually, namely, but I don't really want to get into that. But to be completely honest, I have no desire to stream. I get that that's kind of a partial purpose of people coming on here. I just I enjoy the conversation. I enjoy the debate. This is you have interesting guests on, and I enjoy the dynamic between you and Jin. So I've been watching for probably 5-6 months on and off.
And how'd you come to this program?
I won't lie about it. I was watching No More News, and I saw you through No More. In fact, I think a lot of the anti-Semitism that you get on the channel comes from your dialogue between anti-Semites, which I think is very honorable of you to do. So I found you through that way, and I stuck around because I enjoyed the content.
So what any information you want to give about yourself? You don't have to like, but educational background or even you mean location or whatever. If you don't want to give any information, you don't have to. But specifically like in ideas like educational background or the type books you read or type things you think about. I mean, are you a Christian or are you a?
I'm an esotericist and a mystic. I'm gonna be careful with the information I get out to avoid any bias from other parties that may be listening. But also, I grew up in the U.S. I grew up in a small town, USA. I'm currently in Sweden right now. I come from a pretty wealthy family. My dad is a Persian Jew. My mom is full-blood American, largely German and Anglo-Saxon. Yeah, I'm very interested in philosophy. I'm very interested in esoteric Abrahamism, whether that's Kabbalah or Gnosticism or Sufism. I'm not really interested.
Hinduism?
Hinduism, not so much. I'd like to get into it. I think any great mystic needs to be well versed in all the great theologies. But
Freemasonry?
Freemasonry, no, because with how I view Freemasonry, it's just sort of a perversion of Kabbalah. I'd rather go to the source than get this sort of perverted Western theology.
Oh, Freemasonry is especially if you're in Europe, is just a systematic method to organize esoteric ideas, and even structured with ranks and degrees based on attaining certain levels of knowledge. That I think Kabbalah is the larger framework for Freemasonry, but Freemasonry includes probably the great traditions of the West in general, the great esoteric traditions, is a larger framework.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly open to it. Obviously.
So you're pro-Semitic, but also counter-Semitic. Like you don't have like a formal yeshiva background. You're saying that, but you flirt with the anti-Semitism. Like sometimes okay, but you flirt with, so to say, anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic ideas, or you just interest you because it's part of the times and that's what people talk about. Or if you got partial Jewish blood or you're a half Jew, it's important to know about your background. So anti-Semitism interests you.
I think it's interesting because it's something I've been completely I can't avoid it in the intellectual space on the internet. Personally, nobody really knows I'm Jewish. I grew up, secular. It's not really a strong part of my identity, at least my personal identity that I give off to other people. But, as I was exploring, intellectual ideas on the internet, I noticed how prevalent anti-Semitism was, especially among people who are into conspiracy theories. I realized
you think you took high birth, and I mean, if that means that your father is a successful, wealthy man, you don't think that success and wealth is connected to his Jewishness? Even if he might not talk about it or put it in that terms, but is it highly likely that your father's success is related to his Jewishness?
I would put it in these terms. When you come from a bloodline of people who have all been very well versed in a certain theology, they've all been, people of certain trades. I mean, you look at people that are just Anglo-Saxon or Germanic, their names are Smith because maybe they used to be a blacksmith or something. People of Jewish ancestry, they've lived in urban settings for centuries.
You read Nathan Kaufness and the Kaufness Critique?
I haven't.
Kevin McDonald and his Jewish evolutionary strategy, that Jews are highly ethnocentric and part of the decline of the West, and Nathan Kaufman, highly intelligent as a group ethnic strategy, and Nathan Kaufness's defense of the Jews, that just Jews are smart and live in urban areas, and the reason why Jews are overrepresented in liberal movements, it's just because Jews are overrepresented in all movements because they are higher intelligence and live in urban areas. But even if you haven't read the intellectual material like that, just as I put it, the management class, that essentially, even if you're you didn't learn Hebrew or the basics of Judaism, that there's some connection that you're part Jewish blood, and that means that you're destined for management. And your father, even if he didn't train you in Judaism, probably trained you for management, a certain way, or took active part in. I don't know if you took active part in your education, but you're saying like you're expected to enter management.
I would say it's more than that, but yeah, I would generally agree with that theory to, evolutionary group strategy. I would say it's more than, I think there's a spiritual aspect to it, whether from a Christian worldview or from a Judaic worldview, that the Jews are the chosen people, that they were given, the Torah on Mount Sinai, and that's sort of the role that they've been given. That's the role that they've taken up. I think you can view that from both a secular and a religious point of view, spiritual point of view. I mean, if you have a people that have thought that for the past 2,000-3,000 years, assuming that there is no God, that the religion has no basis, I mean, you believe that for 3,000 years and you orient yourself in the world, to a certain extent, that's going to start to manifest. So yeah, I would say, psychologically it's the case, genetically it's the case, and spiritually it's the case that Jews have taken that position, and that's largely their destiny, at least right now. I would disagree that they necessarily resent the West or they have anything against the West. In fact, I would say they sort of need the West to prosper. It used to be the Islamic world that Jews prospered in. Now it's the European Western world. So I disagree with this anti-Semitic notion that Jews want to see the West burn and they hate the West and they're resentful to the West. I don't think that's the case at all. In fact, you'll see that most Jews are very liberal, very Western, regardless of their geographic location.
So, and what percent of the stuff you see on Adam Green do you come out largely agreeing with? You generally agree with his?
I generally disagree with most of it. It just interests me. I like to see both sides. I like to see what's going on. I saw him as a prominent person that was on YouTube at a time, so I watched his stuff, and I was very interested that you were that you had a conversation with him. I really enjoyed that conversation. I really like the dynamic and the duality. But no, I'm not anti-Semitic. I mean, I'm half Jewish. I have no anti-Semitic worldview, unless some would consider that anti-Semitic to say that Jews are genetically, different and that they are psychologically different, and that
anti-Semitism is just a common word that people use. I would say, if you like the Kevin McDonald, the group evolutionary strategy, that there's natural group conflict, and there is, so to say, a Jewish strategy. It might be hard to define exactly how you put it, what type of terms, but even if you accept the religion as the system of the religion, or you're trying to decipher a Jewish group strategy separate from the actual religion, but there is some sort of group strategy, and it could and does cause group conflict, and not that that's necessarily catastrophic. World War II obviously was catastrophic for the Jews, but group strategy, group struggle is natural, and it's important to have why I talked to Adam Green to say that it's important to have these conversations, cultural exchange, and because group strategy is natural, and understanding it is one of the first important parts to getting along. If you're a half-breed, so to say, you're stuck in it either way, because if there's group conflict, you could just look at your parents and say that the common type arguments that your mother and father had, are they indicative of larger group struggles between the nations that your parents come from? And you could say, like, maybe not, that the struggles that your parents had are indicative of the larger group struggles, but certainly the larger group struggles exist. And like, the more you understand these things, knowledge is power, and if you expect to enter management, you need to know people, you need to know about group dynamics and group struggles.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to answer that last question, it's not the goal isn't to enter management, so to speak, but it's largely an intellectual pursuit. And as far as to choose one reason why these things interest me, and all these different points that I bring about, I look at it very holistically. I don't look at it purely through this lens or through that lens. I look at it through a certain lens only to better understand it through that context, in hopes of understanding in a much fuller context where everything is holistic.
So you're basically, you just like to understand things, like Doovid, and even Jennifer.
It's personal to me.
You
of
like
course.
ideas.
It's personal to me. It's
you can
both
be
personal.
dispassionate and disconnected, like God forbid the peasants are going to revolt, and when the peasants revolt, they're going to come for the Jews. The deep-seated fear that all Jews, and even you as a half-Jew, only from your father, saying that the peasants are going to revolt and they're probably going to come for me. But besides for that, typical Jewish paranoia, that that you just like ideas, you like understanding how things operate, you like how the world works, you like to think about these things, you like to talk about these things. But what about like science and mathematics?
I hold mathematics in very high regard. Science, of course, I hold science in high regard.
But couldn't carry on a convo with me for 2-3 minutes about either of those subjects.
What type of background? Did you take calculus, differential equations, and things like that?
I did, yes, but that's not really the type of mathematics I'm talking about. More so in the sense of,
you could prove it, like Jennifer, like what's the integral of 3x squared?
To be honest, that's not interesting to me. Only mathematics in a way that it.
Just like a basic test.
It's a word you can use to sound smart, but actually means fuck all, right?
Well, saying your ability to understand complex ideas. Even when I was mentioning,
okay, well, so what
I was mentioning, like
what I should have said instead of
and power dynamics, that to some extent, like, it will be differential equations, a more complicated understanding about the natural tendency to abuse power, the natural tendency of people who took high birth going down, and people who took low birth going up, and in the struggle between the haves and the have-nots, so to say, and the abuse of power and the level of abuse of power and revolution and martyrdom and all these concepts, that they're actually largely mathematical, because we live in societies that have millions, tens of millions of people, and the power structures are huge. They're, the elites, there's millions, tens of millions of them. Even in America, there's over 1 million millionaires in America, and worldwide or something like that. There's a lot of people who make up the elite, and to try to look at it as a dispassionate, impersonal approach, where it's not about any person or personality, it's just about forces at play and integrals and derivatives, rates of change, that enough people struggling will eventually lead enough people to be willing to put up, like, I'd rather die than take part in this corrupt system and becoming martyrs in a revolution, or so on and so on.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, I was just talking about the importance of higher level mathematics to understand these things at a higher level.
I should say, because Jin had a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek thing to say, just to sound smart, but I say mathematics in a very casual way, as in I'm not an expert or anything like that, but how I understand it through, Platonism.
You're saying you took in university, you're saying you went to university and you took differential equation. That's fourth semester calculus that your average person doesn't take. So if you took differential equation, you at least in university, you reached a higher level of mathematics than like 99% of the population.
Okay, so I'll say as much. I did not go to university. Any of my knowledge as far as like mathematics or science is purely what I've what I've researched independently. So again, I want to point out that it was a very casual statement that I say I have an interest in science. It was a very casual statement. I'm by no means a professional, and I'm by no means someone who's really all that interested. But my understanding, my perception through Platonism, is why I mentioned mathematics. But
you agree? Are you a dualist in the sense that you look at a spiritual and material realm, and like Doooovid, your leaning is that actually ideas are a function of the spiritual realm, not the material realm, like, say the basic Platonism, that mathematics and numbers.
A lot of people describe Platonism as non-dualism. I don't want to like derail your convo. I just wanted to give that little sidebar. Platonism is probably more accurately described as non-dualistic.
I mean, you could look at it monism as like Kabbalah, where the system's essentially monistic, because both the material and spiritual realm are derivative of the same factor, but just saying that the Platonists, the idea of the forms, that perfect circles don't exist in the material realm; they exist in some other realm.
Right. Yeah. That is my position. I'm a spiritualist. I'm a mystic. I'm not a materialist by any means. So that is my understanding.
It's about whether materialism can be subsumed into idealism. Is material distinct or a subset of the one? Which obviously it's a subset of the one, but that is a computationally basically null. So you have to add an axiom to make it null computationally. I'm sure you already knew that, though.
I mean, do you have an internal dialogue with like God and the spirits? So like in your own mind, or even vocalized, do you talk to God or forces, and that makes sense to you, that or how spiritual are you in that sense?
That's a very difficult question. As far as that, I wouldn't take like sort of a very dogmatic and sort of childish approach to religion and spirituality, to where, I'm begging God to hear me, or, I hear some voice that comes from my unconscious, and I'm, it's coming from God. But I think when you purify your spirit, your soul to a certain level, and you're possessed by the Holy Spirit, what's written in your heart, I think you could, I don't know if you would say that that's God, but you could say that that's something like God, or maybe in a sense you could say that it is God, and that God is, in this form, in the material world, is sort of, through duality, the illusion of duality, that God is sort of split into multiple different pieces, that all of us are God, not in a satanic way, but only in a way that all things emanate from the monad being God, being the creator.
I mean, you're more a theoretical esotericist. Are you saying like, no, there is a God, and it's the God that spoke to Abraham
it's both
of the Bible, or are you saying that no? I mean, there is a spiritual realm. You're not exactly sure. Like I mentioned, Freemasonry, the Grand Architect. There is these forces, and you can't necessarily define and know these forces, but largely you're submitting, recognition that like I'm just a speck of nothing. If I am empowered, my empowerment comes from something externally, and that so to say that I'm in, what does it mean to be in conversation with those forces? You don't want to sound like a madman, but if you're mystical, you're saying like, yes, there is larger forces that act through me, and I'm in conversation with those because I have a mystical spiritual approach to the world.
I 100% do believe that. I think when you refine the spirit, the soul to a certain level where you reach, it's very similar to what the Buddhists try to obtain, which is non-duality. From my understanding, I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm giving you my opinion, my perception of trying to obtain non-duality, complete oneness through meditation. I think through living a sin-free life as close as you can, and through doing things ritualistically, you can purify the soul to such an extent that you are in communion with God, you are in communion with higher forces, because I think Jennifer says something I think is true, that this world is just a subset of what really exists. And I think as all humans, sort of, we have one foot in the physical, one foot in the spiritual. I think that's, I don't want to conflate the psyche and the mental faculties with your spirit, but I think it's useful to in some sense that that you do that, and that you
What about
understand
established sages? I mean, do you accept established sages in tradition? You said ritual. Do you do common rituals that are part of like putting on tefillin, wearing tzitzis, or what do you mean by rituals? And sages, you're saying, do you accept sages? And if you do accept sages, like what are examples of some of the sages you follow?
I'm really interested to hear what you have to say about this, but I would say, obviously, all the classic, people of the Torah and even of the New Testament. I don't reject Christ. I don't know if you reject the divinity of Christ, but even many people of the oral tradition of Judaism, and also people of the written Torah. I mean, there's been many sages, many mystics that have come on the scene, and I'm very interested to get your point of view on this. But namely, Sabtai Zvi and Yaakov Frank. I'm very interested. I know there's been a lot of conflation between them being, Satanist, but I think something that's interesting about Judaism that's not you don't see in other theologies is that it's a religion that's constantly evolving. This is traditionally and historically true through the oral tradition, but it's also been through the written tradition. I mean, we have a very long history of new sages, new people coming up, even as recently as the new Orthodox rabbinic movements coming up. So I don't reject any of the sages, but of course, with that said, I don't think that that's exclusive to Judaism.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Yaakov Frank, and I mean Shabbatai Tzvi. I stream with Charles Moskowitz, the Boston conservative commentator, and he's a really anti-Sabbatean, and I to some extent I defend Shabbatai Tzvi, and what I will call these Sabbatian calculations of karma, where strict Orthodox Judaism, so to say, you can't make a calculation of the greater good, that you just have to do the right thing, and you can't justify wrong by doing the right thing. And some people claim Shabbatai Tzvi, had this concept of purification through sin, or the ideas at the end of Messianic times that sin will no longer be sin. And then obviously Jacob Frank is largely seen as a negative figure, that even a lot of Hasidim Orthodox Jews think that Shabbatai Tzvi was possibly even had the soul of Messiah, and was essentially a righteous person, was a renunciate who sought no material pleasures of his own for the material realm, and was largely in line with, so to say, Orthodox Judaism the majority of his life. However, Jacob Frank conducted orgies. Like I was saying, he wasn't a purist. He wasn't in line with Orthodox Judaism. Shabbatai Tzvi went to Jerusalem. He convinced the wealthiest man in Egypt to feed all of the poor. He was a fundraiser. He gathered collectively. He was basically the original Zionist. I mean, not the original, because Judaism goes back thousands of years, but in Europe, that he unified almost half of Europe, essentially around a proto-Zionism and of Jews returning to Israel and reestablishing Jerusalem, and including fundraising and feeding the poor. And as said, that Shabbatai Tzvi was largely a renunciate who personally took no pleasures of the material realm. As for what I know about Jacob Frank is that there's testimony that he conducted orgies, and he didn't have all these good deeds to back up any of the hype around him, like Shabbatai Tzvi, and was not a renunciate who didn't partake in excess, unnecessary physical pleasures, and actually encouraged people to. There's conflicting evidence. Some people claim that Jacob Frank had these orgies that had as many as 5,000 people in them, although some people claim that there was as few as 10 people in them, with hundreds of people watching. But there is multiple sources that bear witness to these orgies he conducted. So it's a pretty weird character. That are you a pervert or something like that, or do you have a more benign view of Jacob Frank to include him in the sages?
I have a completely different view of him. I think if you understand the theology, which I understand many people don't, I shouldn't say theology because maybe you shouldn't characterize his works as a theology. But I have to ask you, are you familiar with the works of Jakob Frank? There's one principal text.
I don't think I've owned it. Like, I've listened to quite a few lectures, and I don't know if it's disputed whether he actually wrote a text or not.
Yes.
So I'm not sure offhand. I mean, I know he claimed to be the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and I know he converted to Christianity in his group, and there were Frankists, because I think that actually, like Brandeis, some of the original Jews in America were Frankists. So it wasn't completely just like a perverted movement, but God forbid, he's most famous for the orgies. So it wasn't like Shabbatai Tzvi was more in line with classical Judaism in rebuilding Jerusalem, and the Jews returning to Israel. And generally, Shabbatai Tzvi, at least during his earlier years, promoted and encouraged a classical interpretation of Jewish law, and he himself was a prayer leader. That he led the traditional Jewish prayers, and as I said, there's substantial evidence that he was largely a renounced person that did things like slept on the floor and fasted constantly and such things. I haven't really seen any evidence of those positive things about Jacob Frank. But like almost all the things I've heard and read about Jacob Frank are largely negative in like his accomplishments. I mean, Shabbatai Tzvi, he had hundreds of thousands of Jews across Europe and the Middle East following him, and he unified. He had done something that really hadn't been done before, where he, like a proto Herzl, where he unified hundreds of thousands of Jews across Europe and the Middle East into rebuilding Jerusalem. And I don't, know of any evidence that Jacob Frank, did anything much outside of his local area.
It's as a Frankist, it's a little bit uncharacteristic to even talk about Jacob Frank in such an open manner. So I'm reluctant to do so. But I guess to say, given that we're living in the end times, from my perspective, we're nearing the Messianic age. What used to be forbidden to talk about is becoming permissible to talk about. I would just say, I don't know what there is, what really I could say, but that he was a spiritualist of the highest level. And I was actually on Amazon. I was trying to find the book. There was this.
Did he permit the forbidden? I mean, so I did, like, if you take Shabbatai Tzvi in the claim that generally from my research that he didn't permit the forbidden, that he would allow sinners in the greater cause type argument. The traditional Orthodox Judaism, the pre-Frank time, and I mean the pre-Shabbatai Tzvi, and Shabbatai Tzvi is even before the Hasidic movement, was, basically you had to follow the law, and you couldn't benefit the larger cause without following all of the, the halacha and basic Jewish law. And that Shabbatai Tzvi, was said like you could be a sinner, and not such great person, but still help the larger cause of the redemption of the world. And some people took to the extreme where he, they say that he said sin was no longer bad, but from historical perspective, he was more saying that sinners could still be part of the greater, larger movement. And then Frank takes it to a further extreme where he wasn't, talking about sinners who were, helping the Jews resettle Israel or Jerusalem, but he was just, telling people that you could commit adultery, and there's no penalty for it, God forbid.
Yeah, I think that's just a gross oversimplification of the matter. Again, Jacob Frank and Shabtai Tzvi were spiritualists, they were mystics, and they did not reject the theology. They only rejected the theology in so much that the times have changed, and just like Christianity came, and well, what am I looking for? Essentially, not all the mitzvah. Some of the mitzvah are no longer relevant. They're no. The Jews don't have to follow all the mitzvah. Many of the mitzvah have been, So
or even that prohibitions are now.
A little bit.
I mean, God forbid that. I mean, the complaints is that like did he conduct orgies or not? Did he claim that the prohibitions are no longer prohibited?
To me, it's neither here nor there, but it wouldn't be uncharacteristic of him to have the orgies. Obviously, there's no proof that this is the case, but you have to understand the nature of non-duality is that you don't make a value. I mean, this goes back into just Kabbalah. I mean, I think there's our barriers to the mind. At a certain point in your spiritual growth, it seems you come to a point where you can live a holy life, and you have this understanding of sin and what is not sin. And at a certain point, you can reach such high levels to where this is no longer something that's helpful or useful spiritually. And so the whole idea for me, how I understand it, is this is, transcending the illusion of duality. So from my perspective, Jacob Frank Shabtai Tzvi, they do not reject sin in so much that they recognize that it is poisonous and toxic for the body and for the soul, but they reject it only in so much that it's helpful to overcome the sin. So a great example
would be, but separate stream. Make a separate stream if you want to go into it this deep. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair.
It's a little more than just like, I get it. You want to ask a few questions, but I thought it was like about people streaming stuff, and that was the type of questions we asked.
To be honest, I didn't think I was even going to get to this point. I didn't even think we were going to come to this topic, but
you have no issue just navel gazing on and on and on and on and on, and it's been 4 hours.
Well, I asked him. I thought it was important what sages he recognized. I was actually shocked.
Oh, okay.
I was actually almost shocked that you're actually probably the first person I ever spoke to that openly said you followed Jacob Frank as a sage. So so I was actually almost shocked about that, because most traditional sources or people like largely look at Frank as negative, and even the ones like me myself who have a tendency to be lenient, or even view Shabbatai Tzvi in a largely positive way, looks at Jacob Frank as not in that manner. So I was actually rather shocked that you mentioned him as one of the sages. But I mean, it could be that that I've just read accounts of him that were unjustified. But I would have to see that almost all of the accounts of Jacob Frank that I've seen were basically purely negative, and that's from mainstream Jewish history. Although I do know that I think Brandeis in America, I mean, that there were prominent people in America that were part of the Frankist movement, and it's doubtful that they were just like these repulsive orgiasts or something like that. But that's the type of literature, even Orthodox Judaism, that you hear. So that just randomly, I don't mean to get too diverted in that. Like, I just found it interesting. You're the first person I ever met to openly call Jacob Frank a sage. and could be partially based on your background, or maybe there's it's interesting. But yeah, I mean, this would clarify. So you do have spiritual beliefs, you do have sages. Okay, I mean, I guess Random, Crab, you haven't said anything for a while. Do you have anything to add?
I was having a good old time just listening, but I was hoping to get some thoughts from Jennifer before I have to get out of here, which actually isn't too far away. If she's still around, I don't know if she may have walked away because we aren't really engaging with her that much.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
I wanted your thoughts because this stream was sort of about the Intel Consciousness Conference, which I still have not seen or looked at. And I wanted to know if anything at all came from this, or if there was anything particular you wanted to talk about in reference to that.
I don't know about the conference itself. It was a bit, yeah. I don't want to say self-indulgent, but
Are we headed towards the conclusion of the stream here? I feel like the energy.
No, I just I don't want to say anything because I mean, I don't have anything really good to say about it. Like, I don't know what to say. I know how consciousness works. I'm just waiting for everyone else to be like, oh, like, okay, Jen's right. But it's like, no, they want to do the Socratic method. So it's like, okay, now I have to get mad at the Socratic method. So I'd like to know, has anyone here actually acknowledged that the Socratic method is actually really dog shit a lot of the time, and what might actually be wrong with the Socratic method? Even just one person for 10 seconds? No. Is that a good sign or a bad sign?
I admit that it has flaws, but no, I wouldn't characterize it in such a black and white way. I think it's a bit ridiculous. I think it makes less sense now with the adoption of the scientific method. But even so, I think it's such a core thing that exists in humanity, and it's such a core element of intellectual conversation and study that I think I don't even understand what the point is how you reject it. To be honest, I
don't think the Science of Consciousness Conference had any of the Socratic method at all. It was almost all presentations with almost no Q&A. So it was like 3.5 hours every day, and probably less than 15 minutes of that was actually interaction. That it was almost all these really long presentations with PowerPoints. Am I missing something? Did you see any Socratic method at the Consciousness Conference?
The reason people think that's science is because of the Socratic method, but it's not. It's a bunch of self-congratulatory, unscientific.
Yeah, I mean, from the larger level,
it's like, if you want to actually do science, you probably might want to start at some point.
From a factual level, Penrose or Hameroff haven't really contributed anything to the science of consciousness in over a decade. That if you say orchestrated objective production was introduced in the 1990s, and the last paper that Hameroff really published of worth on consciousness was over 10 years ago. And obviously they're both older people. That Penrose just turned 90 and Hameroff is in his 70s, so they're not really breaking ground in research. But Hameroff was the originator of the first consciousness science towards the Science of Consciousness Conference in the 90s. And so at this point, they're kind of irrelevant to the larger field. So you could give respect that these guys are still alive, and they did quite a bit of advancements at the certain level of what Penrose came up with in terms of information theory, and the collapse of the wave function being a precursor to consciousness, and then Penrose determining that the physical mechanism of the microtubules was really a great advancement for the science of consciousness in both of them. But they did that in the 90s, and that's largely it. So, I mean, Penrose is still Hameroff is still the head of the Consciousness Institute, in University of Arizona of anesthesiology, and they're still researching. He might have like a few new things that they figured out about microtubules. So on Thursday, they maybe they give. I don't think there's anything really new in the last year that they came up with on microtubules. So it really was kind of like a self-congratulatory lifetime achievement of Penrose. And
ironically, there have been huge advancements. And it's like, why aren't those people that actually made the huge advancements here talking about them? It would be so easy to bring them together. It's on the internet.
Well, no, it's not so easy to bring them together. One thing, the consciousness is a biannual conference. So it's an even year conference. So the major conference is only every 2 years, and the one in odd years is a minor conference. So that's the reason this one was smaller. The one next year should be larger, and it's probably also monetary, that people attend and participate in this conference because they get paid to, and even if they might portray themselves in an altruistic light, that's not really the way science works. People participate in this type of stuff because sponsors
right.
pay them to.
Fair enough. There's a question in the chat. Lambie, come on. Just think about the question you're asking here. There's microtubules everywhere, okay? Because the consciousness has to pervade the body. Otherwise, there'd just be like a huge chunk of your body just caved in randomly. That's not normal. Okay? The brain is a consciousness centralizer, okay? That's why it feels like it's coming out of your central sort of plexus between the eyebrows a bit above. But that's an illusion of your brain. So it's everywhere. It's just much more concentrated at one point.
I think, like on the stream that we did,
is dumber than your brain. Your ass is a
sent
cushion for your spine. It's
I sent you
the centralizer of your consciousness.
I sent you a link at your email, David.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I mean, and you could, Discord, we can be in contact, and this stuff, probably won't interest Jennifer that much. But yeah, that is interesting. You're the first person to openly express positive things. So that I'll take a look at that material. I thought, because I've been researching now this for almost 3 years, and it was Jennifer who informed me about the Hameroff and the OKR theory, that you could see the kind of schools, the players in the field, and there's not that many people. There's only like a few hundred people that are major researchers in science of consciousness related fields, and the people at this conference were largely from the name is slipping me, I have to look it up, but largely 2 institutes, and there's probably dispute among researchers, and the people that are making further research in the field are probably, I don't know if they're against Hameroff or anything like that, but they're from a different school, and also, because Amy Newman came on, and she mentioned, God forbid, she has issues with epilepsy, and so talking about the practical medical definition of consciousness, because there really isn't a science of consciousness that
well,
for whatever,
depends where you want to look, right? Like,
from the accepted fields of science, consciousness only exists in medicine and of anesthesiology, and it kind of tables the question, because medically it doesn't really answer the question of the origins of consciousness. It just talks about the feelings of sensation of pain and the ability to control the body. So we're talking like anesthesiology, that consciousness studies is housed in anesthesiology, and you have a medical definition of conscious. So if like you're epileptic and the person said they lost conscious, or if you do surgery and surgeons, if you do surgery, the surgeons themselves usually don't administer. They have a separate anesthesiologist that handles the anesthesia and the person, so to say, losing consciousness. So like if you see a dentist, the dentist will administer the shot of the local anesthesia themselves. For minor surgeries, you might have the doctor himself, but for major surgeries, you have a separate anesthesiologist that's part of the team of doctors that does the surgery, and that's what's concerned with consciousness. And if you have a general doctor, if you're epileptic, you might have a specialist, but you tell the doctor, I have this condition, and this condition causes me to, so to say, lose consciousness. And we told Amy that goes with the classic definition of Plato or in the Vedas of consciousness as the chariot driver, the controller, that you're considered losing consciousness, meaning that you don't have control. And the question, who is the you that has control, is somewhat left unanswered by science. It doesn't necessarily matter to the doctor who the controller that has control of the body. That is, if you administer the anesthesia and the person can't feel the pain, or the person loses active control of their senses, and we call that losing consciousness. This question of who is the controller doesn't necessarily matter. So the question of, is the controller coming from the brain or the soul, as I said, doesn't really matter to science. The question isn't even necessarily a valid scientific question. So the question of the materialist in the larger evolutionary school that believes that consciousness arises from the brain, the science of people trying to determine how that happens doesn't really have a place in academia to study that. And so even Dr. Hamerov or the various institutes studying it are largely out of the medical field. So there's not really an institute. There is no academic science of consciousness. That's just what they called the conference, the Science of Consciousness conference, even though from a greater reality of the direction of science, there is no such thing. Now go on. I don't know if do you have any comment on that? So if not, past that, so the people that are interested in how consciousness arises from the brain are largely not housed in academia. You have people that mostly on their own that might have academic background. Like Hamerov is actually in an anesthesiology department and talking about the science of consciousness. So maybe like Daniel Dennett or a few of these people in physics, they're not really academically assigned to solve the question of consciousness. So it's mostly spiritualists that are trying to understand consciousness better.
That's ironic. It's like ill-posed. I just put up a diagram here. Turns out the word consciousness is like not really a thing. It's more of a process. So I can point to a bunch of things, but then to try to isolate consciousness in the cycle of those things is sort of unclear what exactly that even means. So there's this like energetic progression of saturation of photon fields, and then there's waveform reduction along minimum energy paths. That's what's physically, I can tell you, is happening. But what's consciousness? I mean, what is it? Is it the entire cycle? Because then if it's the whole cycle, you can't isolate it as a thing. Or you could just say it's waveform reduction.
And even that
it's like
doesn't...
the fundamental process. Well, it would be like the ground of being. It would be like, what's the ground of being? Well, the most fundamental attribute of what being is waveform reduction, which obviously makes no sense because there has to be a waveform, which is more fundamental than the fact that it's undergoing a reduction.
Well, even the Penrose-Hamerov hypothesis, orchestrated objective reduction, doesn't answer the controller question. It's more, Penrose is coming at it from an information theory level of physics, where the collapse of the wave function could solve an information theory question, but it still doesn't say who is the you that controls the consciousness, and it could have a negative answer.
It's because it's an illusion, man.
Well, that's what Hameroff did mention, that can the orchestrated OR theory revive free will, and the first consciousness conference had Libet. And I mean, the direction of neuroscience is that consciousness is factually an illusion, that the feeling that we have that we control our decision.
Illusion, therefore free will. How's that? Can you walk me through that, please? First of all, just saying something's an illusion, what's it made of? Like, where does the illusion arise from?
We're saying Penrose, the 1989 book, The Empire's New Mind, that Hameroff read and then contacted him to team up, and then they teamed up for their orchestrated objective reduction theory. But in The Emperor's New Mind, Penrose proposes the adaptation to Gödel's incompleteness theorem and the waveform reduction of an answer of information theory, that it's possible that consciousness and decision making is a result of the collapse of the waveform with the wave function, and without any neuroscience, just as a pure information theory. And that's what Penrose had written in his 1989 book, The Emperor's New Mind. And from there,
let's just call it waveform and be Neoplatonists. There hasn't been a good Neoplatonic school for quite a while.
Well, I try to use the words that they use. So,
but you should use the correct word. If they're using the wrong word, don't you think they should be corrected? It's one word.
Well, I mean, if you're correct about your correction, we'll see.
Wave function's impossible because of the Heisenberg principle. Functions are functionally impossible because of the Heisenberg principle.
But I'm not explaining your theory. I'm explaining their theory.
That's not my theory. That is fact. I'm not the one who posited the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Well, that's what I said. I'm trying to explain their theory in their own terms. And,
isn't waveform reduction descriptive purely? It's less of an explanation.
I'll be honest with you. I have a bit of a hard time with teasing out what you mean. Descriptive as opposed to prescriptive.
As opposed to actually explaining it. Waveform reduction is, I mean, that might be true, that might be an accurate description, but it's only a description of the surface level events. It's not a description.
Could I actually, I want to get to what you're saying, but could I quickly just acknowledge what Don Lemon said, which is, where does consciousness fundamentally stay?
I object.
So the process of consciousness will happen anytime a waveform reduces. So it's not staying anywhere, because a waveform reduction is it's a process. So it doesn't stay anywhere. The fact that the process of consciousness is a thing allows for other things built of derivatives of this fundamental consciousness to exist in semi-permanent ways. So not all questions really make sense, but coming back to, and I do want to acknowledge what you were saying. That was a good question, so wanted to get to it before it trailed away. Okay, descriptive. So are you trying to say there's nothing valuable in a description?
No, not at all. I'm just saying that there are people who would offer prescriptive explanations rather than just models. And I'm not saying the model doesn't fit. The model clearly fits. It's just a model.
That's tautological.
There are systems, and again, I hate to keep going back to Ken Wheeler, but Ken Wheeler has an explanation that doesn't rely on an external descriptive system or model. His explanation is...
That's not a good thing.
Well, I mean, we can
get into... Have any idea how big of an assertion it is to say you can take physics out of metaphysics, and how hard it would be to ground such an assertion? You'd need something like the quantum periodic table, and even I'm not making an assertion that bold.
Not taking, just not explaining it via physical descriptive models like waveform reduction, but explaining it in terms of even a metaphor, I would argue, would be superior to like a physical model system. Even like the radio analogy is my favorite.
Well, can you visualize a sphere crinkling up? Because I can't really visualize it that accurately.
Yeah, I can roughly.
That spheres crinkle up, and when they interact with matter, they precipitate into a subset dimension somehow. So either to a planar or linear thing, and whether it's planar or linear crystallization is all determined by the proportions of the geometry of the original distribution. That's how I sort of understand it. Somewhat. This is an actual thing. So Ken Wheeler's coming in and saying it's possible to do this thing without physics, and I'll say then, okay, go ahead and get to what I did without physics.
Well, without material states of physics. I mean, without a metaphorical.
Isn't it being physical isn't it a selling point? Like I literally took physics as a selling point so that I could say to people, it's physics. I mean,
right.
It's physics.
Yeah.
And now you're saying you don't want physics. It's like, yeah, I still want physics though.
The difference is that
this diagram is.
Hold on.
It's just such a good diagram. Like I never seen anything so good, and it's like it's not even that great. It's
you've seen some of the crayon drawings.
Crayon drawings? Yeah, I mean,
I thought you had mentioned the magnetism book that's done in like colored pencil. But the difference is his metaphor. It's not like without physics. It's without physical states or without material states, I should say, specifically states that have.
I hardly reference any material states.
Waves. Waveform reduction is
waveform reduction is a material. I'm going to say not really. It's a It's I don't know, ideological, if that's the right word. It's geometric, though. That would be the word I would use.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. That's fine.
So when you say you're in a geometry enter here, that was actually a thing that isn't defeated by the fact that the Socratic method is popular. Will always be just undefeatable, unfalsifiable, if you will, and that's not actually a bad thing. And so the burden of proof is on Ken to come and say, well, you don't need to have physics because your knowledge is actually a subset of my knowledge, which obviously it's not, because there's all this extra superfluous stuff. I mean, just look at David Long. The fact that he did this proves that this is not really a coherent system.
Of the Los Angeles Rams?
Whatever the guy is, he was in the group. David, I don't even know. I don't want to say or anything, but come on. Come on now.
The difference I'm trying to get at is the difference between like a physical or mechanical state explanation and a prescriptive model explanation that is getting at the heart of what the phenomena is. I mean, waveform reduction maybe isn't physical. I guess I have to think about that more.
Well, it kind of is, depending on how you want to say physical. Like, I think it's not super intuitive because it's sort of hard to visualize the really fundamental stuff. A perfect sphere seems obvious, but then you try to visualize and it's like, this looks like crap. Kind of. Maybe that's just me. But yeah, you want to come in?
I gotta get going here, but it's been wonderful talking. Sorry. It's been wonderful talking. I gotta go.
What I'm saying. Yeah, no problem. You should really be familiar with what I'm saying before you come to promote Ken Wheeler again.
I will promise you this. I promise you that if I come on again, I will have because I haven't done you the good faith. I haven't given you the credit of actually looking into your system holistically. And I've been trying to set aside some time to do this because I think clearly it deserves at least a cursory glance, if not, a deep dive, a whole Crabcast series. But I will do that. I agree with you.
That would be very sweet if you wanted to talk about it. I'd be honored. I just, I've got no problem with people pursuing self-improvement. Like, don't get me wrong. If he's been a positive influence in your life, good on you.
Where is the best place for me to start? Where would you like me to read or watch your videos?
I've got, probably the blog is the best place to start, but sort of a student-centered learning. So it's like you're supposed to just look up whatever you want to know about. There's nothing I care for you to learn other than to accept that there is something to learn. Whether you
again, thank you for having me on.
Care.
Thank you, all the hosts and all the guests. I'm your host, Wonder Crab, or your guest, Wonder Crab, today. And everyone check out the Crabcast. Yeah, and have a nice night.
Thanks. Doovid. I subbed to your channel, so I'll check it out.
Good to hear. All right.
I think I actually shared it in the chat too some time ago. So thanks for joining. I don't know if Andrew's still there. If you guys want to set up your stream where you guys can talk about your shared passions.
I'm not sure if Doovid's interested, and I don't know how much I can contribute to it. But as far as the current conversation, I don't know. Maybe I could add a comment. I'm not really sure what to add though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you even followed the Science of Consciousness conference. As I mentioned, that in odd years, it's a much smaller event. In even years, and this year, to some extent, they centered it around Roger Penrose's 90th birthday, and it was kind of a bunch of relatively boring physics presentations. There wasn't really that much new revelation of research over the last year. So it was kind of like lifetime achievement type things, and in relation to various research of Penrose, and most of that had more to do with black holes and cosmology than actual consciousness. But if you say you're a spiritual person, I don't know if Frank had theories of consciousness, or if you have understandings of consciousness, and I said the origin, if you're a spiritualist or a dualist, that you think what controls me is forces beyond the material, but to try to have some sort of systematic explanation or understanding for how those forces work. So that's one of the major things that we can review, that we'd like to talk about. And so I mean, we're glad that you're watching the show. I'm glad that you came on and shared your thoughts. You don't have to be a streamer. You don't have to join the conversation. If you want to, feel free. Encourage research. That even if like something like Jacob Frank, where you would feel, comfortable enough to come on and defend that publicly, or share some of your research. Saying you don't have to, but if you want to step into the arena and be a streamer, and I encourage that, and we'll probably help you out and promote your channel and stuff. But if you don't have it and just occasionally want to come on and join the conversation, but we're more centered around research and promotion of ideas. So I don't know if you're type academic study where you're doing research and you're doing study, or you're advancing ideas, and that you would feel interested to come in front of whatever size audience we get here, or promote your own channel on other channels to share your research.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, perhaps in the future, I would think about opening a channel. Not so much to share, of course, to share the information, but also just to practice taking more of an academic and scholarly approach to it. So, but yeah.
Yeah, you can have conversations too. I'm more serious, and I mean, like I said, I'm a conversationalist, but I'm not a small talk person. I don't like to. I like have repetitive conversations, but you're welcome to do that also. That's in saying if you want to grow your reach, if you want to expand your networks, a lot of times you want to record and publicize public conversations, that you're having public conversations, and then you're just putting it out there in order to expand your network. So we're definitely glad to expand our reach and our network, and complicated issues. It's a big world out there. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of disciplines that are needed to to be put together to solve these larger puzzles like the heart problem of consciousness. So like I enjoyed the conference. I had some critiques on how it was run, and I'm not, my judgment of Penrose and Hamerov doesn't matter, or Hamerov how he ran his conference. Although I do think that I would have volunteered even to help him run his conference, but it's academic, and they probably have donors and sponsors and an institute, so it's not like streaming where they could just accept a random person's help. You have to be like part of these institutes and go through so to say the Socratic method and have certifications. You can't just be a random guy that studies this stuff and is interested in it to take part. So I found Jennifer found me actually more than she found me and reached out, and we've been working together for a few years. It's tough to find people really interested in these topics.
We found each other. Remember, I was like thinking about going on the show, and you're like, battlefield posting, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm not coming on the show if this guy thinks I hate him. So there was a little mini negotiation period where it was like, okay, I'll come on as long as you acknowledge I don't hate you. And then we came on, and it was like, oh, we actually have all this stuff in common. But it was a pretty somewhat hostile stream. I don't remember the actual players in it, but it was like back in the Babscast, like the really off the rails. I mean, Babscast has had levels of off the rails over the time. This was in the sort of like accelerating upwards off the rails phase.
You mean whatever reason you came on the Babscast, but like I was the only one there that was.
It was just
interested in your ideas. I'm saying you spoke to people, and people might have been interested, but I was the only one that was interested in reincarnation and the consciousness ideas, and the people might have had minor interest in you, but not in your ideas, and that's why I invited you to stream on my channel, and then eventually, and I in fact encouraged you to stream, to become a streamer. That I said if you want to get your ideas out there, that you should consider streaming, and then you started streaming, and originally of Elliot, and I joined. And then eventually I replaced Elliot as for, I mean, there was different, it's eventually we came into the concept of Week in Review, and now we've been doing it a few years, and it largely focuses on, just networking for streamers, and, these issues of, kind of Hindu Eastern leanings with a focus on consciousness and reincarnation and science in general.
Yeah.
So that Jennifer, although a lot of people think she's Jewish, isn't Jewish, and doesn't have too much interest in Judaism, but
I take it as a compliment,
But like she hosts the show, for me, and allows me to promote myself a little bit in terms of just speaking to different people that might see me on more Jewish content, so I appreciate that. But like our, combined, like Penrose, Hamerov, it's our combined effort on fields, and we both like kind of these public psycho analysis that, said I appreciate.
It's titillating. Sometimes it's a bit gut wrenching, but definitely I'm into it as well. Yeah, I don't do it the same way as you, but I'm into it too.
I like ideas and thing. I've been through the Socratic method, and the Socratic method, maybe as said for achieving power, or entering high levels of management or authority structures has its purpose, and maybe even for some philosophical school. But I'm more of a public psychoanalysis than a Socratic, so like, understand what are you thinking, and then try to give my analysis of cognitive processes from talking to people about how their mind works. And, it's like the wise man learns more from a fool than a fool from the wise man, that I don't mind talking to
The fool
anybody.
doesn't learn anything. That's what that means.
Yeah, I mean, there's different interpretations, but
anything is more than zero.
well, because I'm always thinking about things, so I could at least learn about how the mind works. So if you just tell me this is how my mind works, so that I'm constantly thinking about these things, and just to think about my understanding of how the mind works, and then from hearing another person how they recognize patterns. And it's actually funny because you mentioned Sweden. Gobet, the greatest thinker of this generation in chunking theory. Fernand Gobet is a Swedish chess player psychiatrist, and he's actually still alive. I watched him. He may not even be that old. He's at least in his 60s, maybe his 70s. But chunking theory is most advanced in Sweden, or Swiss. I think it's actually Swiss. Psychiatrist Fernand Gobet, and I bought some of his books. I even thought maybe I prepared at some point maybe I'll do a stream. I was going to do a whole stream just on the work of Fernand Gobet. Chunking theory goes back to I think the original memory studies in the 50s, where I mentioned of memorizing a 7-digit strings of numbers or longer. And then Chase and Simon, I thought it was 1971 or 72, on chess players. And then I don't know the years of Gobet, if his first studies are in the 80s or 90s, but he's still producing studies on chunking theory. And I think Jennifer has also came to appreciate chunking theory. And then they closed the chat because I wanted to talk to people about chunking theory, because I've been following the Science of Consciousness conference now for a few years, and I hadn't heard anybody mention chunking theory. And I actually mentioned to Jennifer last week, and we questioned. I told them that I thought Hamerov and Penrose would probably have been familiar with Chase and Simon, because Herbert Simon won a Nobel Prize actually in economics, but it was a pretty big name. And I would not have been in the their paper on chunking theory, study on chess players in the 70s, is extremely well quoted, known scientific paper. And I had told Jennifer that I wasn't going to bet, but I would have speculated that Hamerov or Penrose may have been familiar with this Chase and Simon study, if they had heard of Fernand Gobet or not. Probably not. I mean, he's not such a well-known name like that, but it's possible. And I thought that maybe I would be able to enlighten them upon chunking theory, but they closed the chat. So, and then I even thought that maybe we were going to get Hamerov himself to join our post stream, although that didn't work out. So, maybe I will move forward eventually and produce the stream on Gobet and chunking theory. But that's also been, an interesting thing that, Jennifer seems to have taken interest in, and, that's became a common theme in we can review this chunking theory.
Chunk, what is the chunker? What is the chunk is sort of one of the ways of phrasing some very complicated questions.
Yeah, so I guess if that we could wrap up. I don't. Did you have anything else you wanted to cover or say?
I wanted more people to pile on to the Socratic methods. So I think this sort of proves how pathetic it is that it can't be. It's self-refuting. It's like a dissertation on the Socratic method, and then
I was shocked that no one had even heard of Hoosiers.
I'm not sure what you mean. Sorry, I didn't study this stuff in school. I just went straight to physics because who
Hoosiers
wants to have
one
a
of the most
metaphysical
famous
discussion?
movies in America ever made. It's like Superman. There was a rating like 15 years ago about sports movies, the 100 best sports movies, and the number one best sports movie was Hoosiers, the Indiana small town basketball team that wins the state championship with Gene Hackman, who plays the basketball coach. And it's like, I think it's from the 80s, The Hoosiers is a movie from the 80s. So, but it's one of the famous classics, Western movies, and so that no one's seen it. But just mentioning that this break a person down to build them up, and as a basketball coaching movie of taking kids from some small town and leading them to the state championship, as a parallel to the Socratic method. But no, I do think the Socratic method has its utility and benefit. It's overused, and you have to, that's why I stuck to my guns on the power differential. And I think you largely have to demonstrate the power differential, like I mentioned, like Jennifer getting monetized, and various shows of the power differential to exert the Socratic method, and for entering power, that there might be some use in saying that for entering power that you do have to actually go through something like the Socratic method. But in terms of streaming, it's generally negative. Almost all the people who use the Socratic method don't actually have any power. They don't actually have anything to offer you. And even T-Jump, if he's the best example, like JF doesn't really use the Socratic method, and I think he's a more
he did the first time he interviewed me, mostly, but then he realized it was fruitless, and then he veered into I don't want to say Socratism. I'm not sure exactly how I put into words, but he veered into a more less deferential tone. The thing is, it's like people think it's black and white deferential, non-deferential. Is like, no, it doesn't work like that. It's like you got to evaluate who the subject matter expert is on a per topic basis, and that
because it's like an interrogation. The Socratic method is like an interrogation that you could fail. So if you looked, like I said, like you were on modern day debate, and like he was interrogating you to see, like, can you become one of the regular panelists or not? And there needs to be the power differential, and you have to have the fear of failure, that if you fail the test of the Socratic method, that you might be dropped. And so I do think it kind of works that way. And just for every random micro streamer to use the Socratic method is saying, like, no, you actually have to have there has to be a value proposition, that one thing, that there is the power asymmetry, and one thing that and the second thing is that you would you would subject yourself to the negative elements of the Socratic method, because the person has some sort of benefit to offer you should you pass. That if it's Amy or Leo or any of these micro streamers on people on the Amy Newman show that are trying to use it, like, they don't actually have anything to offer you should you pass their test. As opposed to maybe T-Jump in modern day debates, we're saying, okay, he's going to T-Jump you using the Socratic method on modern day debates, but should you pass, that they actually have something to offer you, like becoming a regular panelist, a regular debater for topics on their platform, and even money in position of prestige or power. That subject yourself to my interrogation, because if you pass, you're going to be tenured or something. You're going to like a thesis defense, and a lot of times a thesis defense could be.
Has anyone ever passed a Socratic inquiry ever?
Well, I say most people pass the first year of law school and move on to be lawyers. That most saying, like, yes, most people do pass the Socratic method, and even, like, very few people drop out of law school or get kicked out of law school. That that you do go on and become a lawyer, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But saying there that if you don't have that power differential, if you don't have a some institute to offer someone a position should they pass your interrogation, you say you're just interrogating people because you think it's fun to interrogate people, and you're saying, like, no, it's a job interview. You have to actually be able to pay them and hire them for a job after the interview. So just grilling a person because you think it's going to make them a better person or a stronger person, and you have to sign up for it also. So even in Hoosiers, like they're just like some small team basketball coach. They're not looking for some, like, intensive training that's going to turn them into the state champions. but at a certain level, like that is the moral of the movie, that it is this grilling and breaking down and training that destroys these kids, that turns them into state champions. So I thought that's why I keep on mentioning the Hoosiers movie, that just some random coach that keeps on yelling and abusing his kids, saying that, but you're saying like, no, he's really going to turn them into state champions, and it's worth your time to subject your kids to this man's abuse because he keeps on producing state champions.
Someone has asked in the chat for us to give a definition of the Socratic method. And it's such a good question, isn't it? I should definitely answer it.
Well, I might just sign off then if Andrew wants to give some final words, and we could reach out. You emailed me or join in the future. I'll try to read that material, but we'll see what happens. Like if you're in the chat in the future, I think Joanna Miller, the streamer, chess streamer, Joanna Tries, was in the chat, and she was intimidated by Jen, and didn't come on because she was intimidated.
Oh my
by
gosh,
Jen.
that's never happened before. I guess it's going back to 100%, eh, Doovid?
She is a chess streamer, and I think has a background in biomedical engineering.
I'm sorry.
And have thoughts on evolution. So, Doovid is more friendly than Jennifer. In fact, like most.
Give me a break on that one.
There was a response that even on your appearance on Modern Day Debates, people were complaining that you're just not that friendly.
My friendliness is earned by showing me proper respect.
Yeah, I don't mind showing cordial or friendliness even to.
See, the thing is,
so
if somebody says something, it's like I got to live with that, and then everybody who loves me's got to live with it too. That's not right. I must get.
I don't need respect. Like I just decipher. Okay, you're not trying to kill me. And if I decipher the person's not actively out there trying to harm me, I don't care whether the person shows or accords me respect. I just gotta make sure you're not trying to kill me, and even if you are trying to kill me, at least but usually I don't demand respect, and it's okay, you might be trying to kill me. I don't either,
but then if people disrespect me, maybe I'm gonna be a bitch to you, and it's your fault in a way, because I never I'm never the first one to be not nice. And people can't deal with that, but it's that's how to be fair, is just to, like you said, reciprocate, be willing to reciprocate bad behavior to the floor and to support it as an act of morality. Rather
Sometimes
than being
good cop, bad cop also,
anything.
There could be element of the Socratic method. I mean, usually it's just done by one person, but there is a little bit of good cop, bad cop involved in the Socratic method, where you have to be the bad cop to break the person down and tell the person that you're wrong, and you really have you don't belong in the institute, and everything that you think is currently wrong, and you're not qualified at all to enter management. And then there's the good cop also part, where the person's going to come, but yes, you're capable of understanding correct thinking, and once you understand correct thinking, then yes, you will be admitted into the institute and promoted to management. So let's say if you're a law professor, usually it's just one person who plays good cop and bad cop. It was like Alan Dershowitz, who taught for decades, a freshman law class at Harvard Law School. So Alan Dershowitz would play both good cop and bad cop by himself. And so me and Jennifer have that dynamic, and we'll occasionally switch back and forth between, Doovid and.
It's kind of magical.
Jennifer playing good cop or the bad cop.
Thanks for joining, Doovid. I don't know if you want to hop off now, but I see that Andrew, who had popped off, has now popped back on. So I was just going to go into my ramble, but I know you said
we've been on for almost 4.5
5 hours. My gosh. Well, what a great show. And
so I'll let Jennifer ramble, or if Andrew wants to
Andrew, you want to
kick it around, feel free. But have a great week, everyone. And I don't have any plans for streams this week. I should be back on with Charles Moskowitz on Thursday. If Luke sends me an invite, he didn't mention whether he was going to want to stream this week, but if he does, I'll probably be around. I don't, so, don't look, not planning any streams this week. I don't know if Jennifer has any plans or if anything pops up, but, I should be around if something does pop up, and I'll post it on my social media. But otherwise, I'll see you next week, Sunday, where hopefully we'll have more to review. And just mention that, the Science of Consciousness Conference created an incentive for me to do a lot of research, and hopefully the research and the study was worthwhile in and of itself. Even if I, don't right now have too much to share with anybody, I feel that my understanding of this has increased, and I will continue to research it. A lot of those links I shared, I still have, tens of hours of hundreds of hours of videos from some of these links I shared to watch over the next few weeks. This webpage, Mathematical Conscious Science. There's still more videos from last year I still haven't watched, and I'll watch over when they post them. The Science of Consciousness Conference. Again, this other YouTube page, the Neural Correlates of Consciousness. So I've only watched 6 of like 50 videos. There's more stuff. The Quantum Science Seminar. So there's a lot of stuff that I've been studying in the last few weeks. I really upped the level of how much I was putting into this specific topic. And so now that the Science of Consciousness Conference is over, I'll probably
maybe you can realize how genius I am now.
That's not my. I probably
maybe you should, though.
Yeah, I don't. I'm more about ideas than people.
Unless you.
As I come to understand your idea more and more, but no, I don't really promote, genius or people like that. I'm more a man of ideas than people.
What about an idea about who's a genius?
Yeah, I would be more demonstratable through, to me, it would be
evidence?
More demonstrable. Well, evidence, like in terms of achievement of power or making money.
Power. So power, you're in the Claire camp.
Well, no, results. So it doesn't just have to be power, but you're saying even if you even Penrose or something, even if you won a Nobel Prize, even if your theory revolutionized science, I'm more into mental techniques. So it'd be more if you could demonstrate by doing math, calculation. Well, yeah, or by beating me at chess or some
that
larger.
Would prove, what exactly would that prove?
It would demonstrate. It would be a demonstration of thinking skills, and as opposed.
I haven't done that yet. Well, I guess you better wait till I give enough of a shit to prove it to you. You'll be waiting forever, though.
Well, I would be more impressed if you got monetized and we were, making super chats, and you wrote me a check at the end of the show. So it's saying that would be more impressed. Get monetized, get a regular basis of people sending super chats, and then at the end of week in review, send me a check. That would be more likely. You don't
think I'd be more inclined to pay you if you praise me endlessly about how much of a genius I am?
Well, I think
you don't understand psychology as well as you think.
You would be more likely to pay me if the show made money and it was profitable. So if you were monetized and you were clearly getting super chats, and it was because I was on your show, that you would write me a check because I earned it, not because I praised you. And like I told Luke Ford today, do business with people who are profitable to do business with, have good track record, not the people that you like. And even offline, I was talking about Jennifer of flattery. I'm largely against flattery. So I was saying yes, if she got monetized and the show was profitable and she wrote me a check at the end of it, I would probably treat her with a higher level of respect, because
sounds like you got the causal chain backwards.
I'm more likely to give you respect in that manner than because of some great intellectual achievement. Even if eventually you get the Nobel Prize for the quantum periodic table,
I think we both
you get
know
more
that's
respect
not
from
happen.
Doooovid for writing me a
We
check.
both know that's not going to happen, and if it does, I'll be 90.
Yeah, so but you could get monetized right away, and possibly you could start making profit off a week in review. Not that
I'll think about it. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
And even that, like, not necessarily so I could buy weed from it. So, like, buy a better computer, better technology, and produce a better show. Because, like,
Cool.
I've put a decent amount of money into my streaming. I've made a few $100s in super chats, but, like, I put more money into my streaming than I've gotten out of it. And in all likelihood, that will always be the case. Even if I was making thousands of dollars a year, even tens of thousands of dollars a year, I would probably mostly reinvest that money into making better streams. Like, it's not like I'm going to use that money to, self-indulge myself. Maybe things like buying books, and maybe eventually, traveling if COVID-19's ever done. That me and Jennifer would actually come to a town near you for live weekend review. But just in the meantime,
Oh, that'd be
like,
awesome. And there'd probably be like 4 people there.
well, I mean, see over time, but saying
because people are talking to you about, they're like, when are you coming to the United States? It's like, am I? When are you coming to India? It's like, am I?
I would also.
And I gave him the same ramble as you. I was glad I had already had that combo once where you kind of already eloquently put it.
I would also.
I'll go where I'm needed, I
was saying I would also actually publicly hook people up, kind of like how Luke hooked me up. I would publicly do that also, where I would, like Andrew or something like that, would just like, or Crab or something like that, where I just like send him a microphone to help him out. That's more likely the type stuff that I would do. But okay, so with that, have a great week, and
great show.
Let's see. I'll check back Jennifer's ramble probably tomorrow. So good luck with your ramble. And if Andrew, you got Andrew, all alone now, so you could, beat him down with the Socratic method, so that you could build him back up.
I don't get any joy out of that. And if I'm gonna dominate somebody, sorry, but you better motherfucking earn that shit, cause I don't give a shit. You couldn't fathom how little of a fuck I give. Let me just put it that way for now. I don't know if you still have anything to say, Andrew, or if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. I don't really have much to say. I mean, if you want to lead with something, I don't mind sticking around and.
Well, I was just going to give a talk about how I understood the Socratic method, because it's one of those things that's like, there's what you call a colloquial definition, and then there's sort of, more technical definitions, right? And then there's the historical definition versus what is taught as the Socratic method now, what is implicitly Socratic, and what is understood as Socratic. So according to Wiki, it just says cooperative, argumentative dialogue between individuals based on asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and to draw out ideas and underlying presuppositions. So we're in a pretty, like, these MDD people are pretty dang Socratic. At some point, it's like, how many layers of Socratism can you get on? So that's the way I understand it. Is if I'm going to teach someone something, I'll usually do it through at least a couple questions, because answering a question puts you in a certain mindset versus just listening to someone talking. There's diminishing returns in a fairly short time interval. Like, I actually forget what that experiment was that we got to talking about last time in the Science of Consciousness conference, about the 6 seconds, like how much you actually have in the queue in your mind. Like, if anyone has ever learned how to code, you could sort of compare this with, I think it's last in, first out, and first in, first out. This is 2 sort of standard ways of putting stuff together. But anyway, does that answer it? Because the way I understand it is, I will only ever use this if I'm teaching someone something, and even that will be like a combination of that plus actually saying stuff that I already know. Because just pure asking questions like that is sort of weird and doesn't really go anywhere. Like, to me, it's just a waste of time. It's just like, why would I want to fake Why would I want to pretend that you care and asking me questions that are, you don't give a shit? A question's really only, I mean, there's almost no good faith questions. Like in a debate, the fact is most questions are should be leading questions because a debate is aggressive.
Mm.
So a Socratic line of inquiry in a debate proper is nonsensical because it implies one person is sort of teaching the other, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I think you hit the nail on the head. This wasn't really the right context. The right context, sorry. And I don't know. I think the I think it's a fine method, but obviously in this context, it doesn't really make any sense because as you pointed out, I wasn't really in. It wasn't really like a teacher-student dynamic.
Well, it's about context, right? It's context.
Exactly,
it's like it's really good for what it is, and we should say what it applies to so that it can be better rather than being conflated into being perceived as something it's not and can't possibly be. Ultimately, I'm making an argument that the debates should get better because you get to diminishing returns with the Socratic method. Any type of non-transcendental reasoning reaches diminishing returns. I mean, that's why they're called transcendental reasoning. But that's to be expected at this point. And I mean, would you agree that there are a lot of people who think that the Socratic method is basically the solution to everything? I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything, and feel free to not answer or whatever, but
yeah, no, I think you're right. I think the majority of people that would fall under that category are not very intellectually inclined. They probably don't even understand the word or the phrase. But yeah, I think they would probably agree with that. So, but I don't know. As far as I can tell, I think I misunderstood your position on it. I thought you were arguing
against. This is the way that I look at it. There's two periods in a interaction. There's the beginning where you're sort of figuring everything out, and like I don't know if you ever played Tinker Toys or anything like that.
No.
Lego.
Oh, Lego, yeah, of course, yes.
There's that period of like just sort of fucking shit up and throwing it on the ground and whatever, just like nothing, and then you decide to do something. So there, we should sort of establish, or sort of what I've come to start doing through mostly professional experiences, like establish what you're even talking about in the first place, establish who's the expert on those topics, and like how to disagree, frame how you're going to disagree. And once you've done that, then you can start talking about, questions of fact or interpretation. But until you get to that point of a shared acceptance of like where one person's authority begins and ends, and if particular authorities even exist, like is there a moral authority? No, yes. Because if the answer is no, nobody should ever presuppose a moral authority, i.e. nobody should ever pass judgment on other people for apparent moral transgressions, right? But then you see people do that all the time. So it's like, do we let that slide? So there's sort of a bit of a what do you call it? Like a question back period to sort of realize the nature of what they call not infinite recursion. Sorry. It's, what is it with causal regression. Sorry. I sometimes confuse infinite recursion and causal regression. They're sort of similar. Brain fart. Yeah, that's where I'm coming from, and most people misunderstand me as like this ultra like dictatorial bitch, but it's more just like, let's actually have the convo. Let's actually have a conversation. Let's actually communicate something, and being somewhat insistent on framing a conversation so there's a chance there's going to be communication. Because in a lot of cases, when you talk to someone, there's really no guarantee you're actually saying anything to them, and it's kind of boring for me to talk when I feel the probability of imparting of communication at an event is 0. I don't know if that was TMI or what.
No, I mean, honestly, now that I understand your position more, there's no disagreement. I think that's a good summary. So, I mean, but I don't think he really properly maybe, I I don't know, articulated that, or maybe I came at the wrong time. I thought you were completely rejecting the soccer, but
there was a bad lead up to it in the chat, and there's a history here with a lot of these people in the chat, and sort of I want things to be amicable, etc. But I guess it felt like there's a lot of bad vibes in the chat, so I also kind of had a bit of a bad vibe. But yeah, it's more just like a exhaustion from being tired of the constant miscommunications. But now that I had a chance to sort of clear it up, I think you basically get it. That's what I wish all the streams could be like, where we could all just like play in the Legos, where we like establish, who's an expert in what. But the thing is, most people don't have expertise. They don't think about it. They can't negotiate expertise. So it just ends up being these big conversations about, why no one's opinion matters or something sort of tedious. And we can progress it forward, ironically, using the Socratic method, but it's got to be using it in an earnest manner. It's not using it with a mind to find fallacies, like fallacies. We got to sort of throw out most of what we think we know about fallacies, or rather re-examine what exactly a fallacy is. Like, for example, appeal to authority. Is that a fallacy? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. I mean, I have no comment at all.
Yeah, but that's what I'm just saying. That's basically, it's just an example, like where I want to take things, just going into like abstract logic and meta logic, if you can call it that. Arguably you can't, but whatever, just like the sort of the fixings of what it takes to do logic. That's where I'm coming from. And yeah, so I know but yeah, if you don't have anything else to say, that's cool. We can wrap it up. I was just wanting to answer Don Lemon. I don't know if I actually answered all your questions, or if it's just more Socratic gaslighting. Right. So I'm not going to know. I just want better evidence. You don't get to set the terms for evidence. Your only way to set terms for evidence is to judge on the result. And then you say, well, I want that result or I don't. And other people don't owe you anything. Show me the thing involved with thinking. Then as to feed on a quantum process. Our brains running Shor's algorithm. Is this Ralph, people? Is this Ralph gang? Or is this logical blah, 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 blah? I don't know how much longer I could take this. All right, I'll go back to my original graph. Okay, here's the thing. You actually have to...
Oops, sorry.
It's fine. You have to actually use your brain. I know. It's really hard. But I actually expect people to go through this themselves and make the determination themselves, if it seems reasonable. Themselves. I know. I'm such an anarchist, right? I want to put power to the people, but then no, they don't want that. They want to have the power to Socratically gaslight me. It's like, no, you're fucking damn lucky if you can get access to this stuff, period. End of story. And I said the terms, you don't. So, whatever the Socratic method has led you to believe, delusions of grandeur wise, you could just check those out the door. Thanks. Go on my blog and find the latest publication is Useful Diagrams. I think this one's on it. Check it out. Look it over. Okay. If you think you're going to learn this in one go, you're misunderstanding the gravity of the situation in a lot of ways. So, if you want to know whether our brains, okay, is it brain or mind, right? Because you got to sort of distinguish. The brain simulates the mind, and the mind controls the brain. There's like a back and forth, sort of a give and take, so to speak. If you want to know if it's running Shor's algorithm, you figure it out. You're saying, Jen, figure this out, learn this other thing. Is like, I don't give a shit. If you care, go figure it out, and I'll check your work when you're done. I'll say that's logical or not. And you're damn lucky to get that. To foist any more on me is to completely misunderstand. It's like people are sort of in this perpetual youth, sort of perpetual childness, immaturity what is it? Arrested development because of the Socratic method. It's like sort of like, what is it? Dennis the Menace coming in and being like, ha, I'll ask you the question and another question. It's like most people outgrow that at like 6 when they're like, why? And their parents like, shut up. Anyway, let's see here. I'm getting defensive because I'm tired of having the same conversations over and over and over again, and people coming onto this show knowing nothing about what I've said in any way, shape, or form, and wishing that that would change sometime. But, since it's not, I'll just do Doooovid-style monologues. And if you want to be sexist and say that my showing emotions is somehow, unacceptable, I'll just say, why why you been acting so messed up towards me? Okay, well, I'm very glad that you weren't arguing with me. I'm sorry for being defensive. I was under the impression you were asking me a bunch of questions about the old model, but nevertheless glad I got that out. And yeah, if there's no more questions, I don't know if you have any more questions. I'm pretty much done. It's like 10 after the 5th hour of the stream. So you want to say any last words, Andrew?
I don't have much to say. I mean, I appreciate your point. Honestly, I hadn't really thought about the Socratic method that much. I always just thought, it's I'm familiar with it, but walking away, I understand your point.
Maybe we can think of ways to complement it.
Right. Well, I mean, my major takeaway is it's all about the context. It really had both the student and the teacher, whatever context, have to kind of understand their position. So obviously, this wasn't really
well served for actually explicitly at some stage sort of writing out where and how this method should be applied, just based on what you said, that it's like bringing to light the context specificity. Thanks for joining, So
thank you. It was a great stream.
And awesome. Take care, everyone. We will see you next Sunday, if not sooner. And thank you very much for joining.
Yeah, that's just a
bye-bye for now.
I mean, so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walk through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?